A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now to resume the life of Mary Sothern. A strange thing has happened to Max. He has agreed to accept money for his bail from Bill Clark, the well-known movie star. This really is strange when you realize that it was jealousy of Bill that caused Max all the trouble and led to his entanglement with the gambling syndicate. However, Mary has made Max realize that she loves only him, that Bill Clark is only a good friend, not only to her, but also to him, Max. And Max has finally seen the light and has consented to let Mary borrow the necessary money from Bill. And one of the rest of our friends in Sanders. Danny's sacrifice for his conscience may mean that Phyllis, his wife, may never walk again. Danny was offered a huge sum of money by Proust and Davis to testify for the state against Max. But Danny, as much as he believed that Max was the cause of Phyllis's condition, a condition caused by her worry about Max during her confinement, couldn't find it in his heart to conceal even a bit of the truth. And it is to this noble impulse that Max owes his freedom, even if only temporarily. Now it is early evening in the old Sanders home where Mary has taken up residence with her two children. Bail has been posted for Max, and he will be home any minute. Mary is bustling around getting dinner ready for him, and Daddy is helping. The twins are helping, too, or at least they think they're helping.
Mary, what side does the knife go on, the right or the left?
What'd you say, Daddy?
The knives, what side do they go on?
A knife on the right side with a spoon fork on the left.
Yes, that's right. I can never remember. Say, what's going on out there? What's all the commotion?
Oh, that's no commotion. That's just Jimmy and Susan helping me with the cooking.
I guess they want to have a finger in the pie, too.
Well, that's just it. Only it isn't a pie, it's a cake. And they didn't have a finger in it. They nearly had both hands in it.
I have just a little tiny bite of it now, Mom.
Jimmy, if you have a bite of this now, you'll want more. And pretty soon you'll have a tummy ache.
I got you.
Grandpa Stafford would give me a piece of cake if I asked him real nice, wouldn't you, Grandpa?
Oh, no, he wouldn't. Now, you two children run upstairs and wash your face and hands.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want Daddy Max to see you with chocolate frosting smeared all over your face and hands, do you?
Sure, why not? Mugs like me always have dirty hands and face.
Well, you don't think you're a mug, do you, Jimmy?
Oh, he just thinks he's smart to say things like that, Grandpa Stafford. Of course, Daddy Max says it.
Oh, he does he?
Oh, James talk too much. Susan's an old tattletale.
Hey, wait a minute, you two Indians. Hey, you'll bust all the crockery on this here table. Now stop it, will you? Stop it.
Are you two scamps going to wash your faces, or will I have to send you to bed before Daddy Max comes home?
No, we'll go. Come on, Susan. Let's wash our face and hands. We're trapped.
They're cute little scooters, ain't they?
Oh, they're cute, all right. Sometimes they're quite a problem.
Well, they was only trying to help.
Daddy, sometimes I don't know what I'm going to do with them.
Oh, well, they'll grow up and have kids of their own who'll pester them, and that'll be their punishment. Say, Toots, the table sure looks kind of festive.
I wanted Max.
I get it. You wanted Max to realize what he's been missing. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think you'll need this to remind him, Mary.
Max is the finest, the kindest, the sweetest, the most wonderful man in the world.
Yeah. And he's bullheaded, too.
Oh, he is not. Well, just a little bit. Do you really think the table looks all right, Daddy?
If it looked any better, I'd be afraid to eat off it.
Oh, I've forgotten something. Now, what can it be?
I can't see anything missing except the glove.
The flowers? The flowers, that's it. I knew there was something missing.
Say, what time did Max say he'd be here?
Oh, he said about 7.
Well, it's 7:15 now.
Well, you don't suppose something could have happened to him?
But now, Mary, you're not going to get yourself all het up. Nothing's happened to him, no.
Well, there was a little difficulty earlier today. Bill Clark had to wire his bank in Hollywood for the money for Max's bail, and there was so much red tape about identification that Bill called his bank long distance and raised the very dickens with it.
Well, $5,000 is a lot of money. I can't blame them for wanting to be careful about it. I sure would be.
I hope it's all been straightened out. I'd feel pretty awful if Max couldn't get out until tomorrow.
Yeah, after you prepared this swell meal and everything.
Oh, I'm not thinking of that, Daddy. I want my Max home again.
I know you do, darling. I know. Now you got nothing to worry about. Hey, what did I tell you?
Oh, it's Max. Max, darling.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. There's a couple of very happy folks live here by the name of Mr. and Mrs. Max Tilly Sanders.
I think this is the right place, Lord Drizzleput. Oh, come on in, darling.
Say, it's terrific to be home again. Wow.
Well, aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Sanders?
Gee, Toots, am I?
Kiss her, you big lug. Ain't you got no instincts?
It's a pleasure, Mr. Stratford. It's a pleasure.
Oh, Max, you're home.
Oh, gee, Mary, I think I'm just catching on to the meaning of that word.
Oh, Max, it's been so lonely without you.
Mary, darling, give me another kiss.
Hey, you going to keep this up all evening? I'm starving.
All right, Daddy, let's sit down.
Boy, it is certainly some spread.
Well, it's your coming out party, man.
That's right, my coming out party. I like those, what do you call them, debutantes. I'm a debutante.
A debutante, Max.
Oh, yeah, sure. Debutante, yeah. Some class. Huh?
Well, everything's ready. I'll bring it right in.
Boy, it sure feels swell to be back in the old place again.
Yeah, feels like old times.
Yep. You know, Daddy, the place needs a bit of going over, though. Oh, look at that stain on the ceiling up there.
Well, say, I never noticed that one before. It's pretty bad, ain't it?
Yeah, I gotta get that fixed up.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Huh? That's no stain, that's water.
What?
Yeah, the kids, Jimmy and Susan, they went up to wash their hands and face.
Well, if I know them kids, they probably started floating Jimmy's boats in the tub and let the water run over.
Come on, let's stop it before we're flooded out.
I guess we better. Hey, Jimmy!
Have some more dessert, Daddy?
Oh, I couldn't catch another bite.
You, Max?
Hey, you want me to explode?
Then I take it my little party was a success.
Terrific.
Never had any better.
Oh, say, I wonder how Jimmy and Susan are.
Well, last time I saw them, they was all wet.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. As soon as Daddy told me where they were, I knew what had happened.
Well, it's still soaking wet upstairs. Thank heaven they're safely tucked in bed.
Well, if I know those kids, you never can be real sure of what they're up to.
Well, I hope they're asleep. We got the whole crowd coming over here tonight to see you, Max.
Tonight?
Yeah, they all wanted to see you, Max.
Well, say, that's swell, but I thought that maybe I could have this evening spent alone with Mary. Oh, I don't mean you, Daddy. That's different. Well, you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about it now, Max.
Okay, that's okay. Let them come. We'll have a swell time.
Well, now I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll wash the dishes so that you two can have a moment or two together before the company
Oh, no,
comes.
no, I'll do the dishes.
And I'll help, too.
Now, listen. I'm going to do the dishes, and I don't want any back talk. Or I'll take you both over my knee and give you the worst wailing you ever had. Quiet now.
Oh, Daddy, you're the sweetest person I know.
Hey, me too?
Well, me too, Max, but right now, Daddy's the sweetest.
You hear that, Max? Ain't you jealous?
I ain't going to be jealous anymore. Mary cured me.
I hope so, Max.
Now, look, you two just haul yourselves into the other room while I get the things cleaned up in here. Go on.
All right, Daddy. Okay.
Next to you, I think Daddy's the sweetest person in the world.
And just a few minutes ago, you said that he was sweeter than I am.
Oh, Max, you don't know how terribly lonely I've been without you.
Well, being away from you was no bed of orchids either, Mary.
Promise me you'll never again think I'm too good for you and run away from me.
Well, I'll promise the second part, Toots. I'll always think you're too good for a lug like me. Now, don't cry, Toots. You break me in little pieces when you cry. I love you. And I'll never go away unless you send me away.
Oh, Max, this moment is perfect. Wish it could last forever.
Maybe it will. If I can just keep my head and give it an even break.
Mary, if only those lovely, quiet moments might last forever.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Last week I told you that today would bring a story titled The Author and the Thing. For some very interesting reasons, which I'll tell you about later, that play has been postponed for a week. In its place, Mirage, a play which I think will be as close to each of you as the pulse of your own blood. But first, a few words from Frank Martin.
And they can be mighty important words to you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're weak and run down, losing weight, losing your pep these wartime days. If it's that way with you, and if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, listen. Ironized yeast tablets give you the exact two substances you need. Yes, pleasant little ironized yeast tablets supply vitamin B1 with iron. No wonder men and women who were short on these vital substances now tell how ironized yeast has helped them regain the strength and weight and energy they needed to really enjoy life once more. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, Lights Out. Everybody.
Linda.
Yes, Carl.
I've been looking for you.
And I for you.
Look, Linda, this party, it's getting a little too much for me. It's a great night. How about a little walk on the beach?
All right, but quickly before someone changes my mind.
Get your wrap?
Oh, no, I'll let the moonlight keep me warm.
Oh, that air's good.
Careful. Night air.
You know, I never could understand the hunters. They build this place here on the shore, then when they give a party, they seal the windows hermetic. Yeah, down this path. Oh, that breeze off the sea is good. Don't you think so?
Well, frankly, Carl, I didn't come out here for the air. I've been very anxious to talk to you. Very.
Oh, that's flattering.
It won't be when you hear why I want to talk to you. Carl, I've always liked you.
And I you.
Liking you, I've tried to understand you as you are, but must you be so antisocial?
Antisocial? Me?
The Rensels had a dinner party last night.
Oh, that. The office. I couldn't break away.
The Carters were expecting you the night before last at the theater.
Linda, I'm a businessman.
Carl, you can't disappoint people continually and expect them to have any regard for you.
My friends know I'm a busy man.
You and I belong to a set that demands certain obligations from us.
I wonder if you know just how pompous that sounds.
Pompous or not, it's the truth. You just can't ignore social obligations.
Well, I'm here, am I not? Ocean's rather calm, isn't it?
They were talking about you only last week at the Pages.
Pages? Say, RB made a good thing out of International Motors last week. Must have cleaned up $250,000.
Someone mentioned your name, and this other person laughed and said, "Don't invite him unless you let him bring his stock ticker."
Idea in that.
I hear the same thing about you wherever I go, Carl. There isn't a man I know who spends as much time at work as you do.
Well, if that's what I want, why shouldn't I?
Carl, understand me. I appreciate the importance of money, but after all, you could find time for your friends. Oh. Why do you laugh?
I just remembered why I wanted to be alone with you.
Well?
I was going to lecture you.
What?
Lecture. Really, I was. I was going to tell you that you've been burning the candle socially at both ends, or words to that effect.
Oh.
Really, you are, you know. Bazaars and style shows and all that nonsense, but you took the offensive so quickly I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh, and that reminds me.
You're remembering a great number of things, aren't you?
Yes, one of the things I wanted to tell you was you're looking very lovely tonight.
The man's human.
Irritated with me, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Carl, you could be an utterly charming man if you'd forget your stocks and bonds and interest rates and all the rest of that for a while and start enjoying life.
Linda, now you've got me irritated just because my idea of living doesn't include a room full of jabbering idiots.
Well, I think we'd better go back.
Now, wait a minute, Linda. Oh, Linda. Let's call a truce on this. After all, we're a couple of mature people. Let's act maturely and leave each other alone and enjoy the night. Now, how about it?
You're hopeless. All right.
Good. We'll get off on safe subjects. The sea, the weather, the moon, June, the number of days to Christmas.
Exactly.
We'll start with the sea. Calm, isn't it?
Don't walk so fast, Carl, please.
Oh, I forgot. Sand must be ruining your slippers.
No, beach is packed so hard. Quite all right. Just don't walk too fast.
Right. Fine place the hunters have here.
They do have successful parties.
Hunter bought this place right before 29. Tried to unload it all through the Depression. Couldn't even get enough money to cover the land value.
Did you hear about Ivy's debut? Margaret naturally wanted to have it at the Claremont, but Tom insisted on their country place.
Poor Tom. Dropped plenty on that amalgamated merger. Amazing amount of his experience not knowing that you can't disturb the capital investment of an organization.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Laughlin. You're thinking of starting on capital investments again. I'd better remind you that this conversation is limited to... Remember? June, moon.
What moon?
Well, of all the inconsiderate clouds I ever... Oh, Carl, what are you staring at?
I can't quite make out. Do you see anything down there, near the water's edge?
Why, yes. There is something there.
So dark.
Carl, it moved.
I saw.
Is it a door?
I'm not sure.
Well, let's go closer.
Now, Linda, wait. Linda, come back.
Carl, come quickly.
Well, what is it?
Look, it's someone sitting in the sand.
Well, who in the world?
Oh, just a drunk. Someone who lost his way to the bar. Come on.
Linda, wait.
Wait for what?
I'd better see who it is and give him a hand.
All right, if you must play the Good Samaritan, go ahead.
I say there, fellow.
What in the world is a drunken fool doing? Digging for clams?
Have to get closer. I say there, old boy, you're going to get a little wet there when the tide comes in, aren't you?
Well, drunk and dumb.
I guess you're right.
Let's go on.
No, wait, please.
But why?
The moon will be out in a minute. I want to see what he's doing. There. Now we'll see. Why, it's an old man.
Writing in the sand.
What are you doing here?
Guess he just won't talk.
Oh, how do you like that? Writing in the sand with the point of his finger.
Carl, I don't like this at all. Come away.
Linda, what is it?
Nothing at all. This old man wants to sit here in the dark in the sand. Let him. But why does it concern us?
But what's he writing? I can't quite make out. Oh, moon went under.
Carl, are you staying here?
I'm sorry. I want to see what the old man's writing. What are you writing, old man? Oh, man, don't you hear me talking to you?
Carl, you're being insufferable.
Linda, where's your curiosity? A deserted beach after midnight, an old man writing heaven knows what in the sand. Aren't you interested in knowing?
I'm not interested in maniacs. Who else but a psychopathic would...
Linda, wait. Moon's coming through the clouds again. Now I'll see... You see it, too. He's writing names in the sand. Names of people.
Carl.
What is it, Linda?
His face.
What did you say?
Face. Did you see his face?
No, I didn't see. Linda, what's the matter?
Face.
What about his face? Blasted clouds can't see... light again. There's nothing wrong with his face.
Well, I thought...
Just an old man. Must be a gardener. Writing names in the sand.
I want to know who he is.
Well, now you're curious.
I want to know who he is, Carl.
And I'm certainly going to find out. Old man, we insist on knowing who you are. You hear me, old man? We insist. No attention. Must be deaf.
Clouds covering the moon. The sea so green. Carl, I'm cold. Let's go in.
That isn't like a woman. 1 minute you're curious, the next minute you're cold. Moon's bright now. Look. You can see some of the names he's writing. John Berkeley, March 2nd, 1944. Well, how do you like that? He wiped the name out and he's writing another one.
George Ellison, March 2nd, 1945.
Wiped that out, writing another one.
Name after name.
But why? Old man, can you hear me? Why?
What would he say?
He's certainly not drunk. Eyes so bright, so intent on his work. And what work?
Carl, don't laugh.
What? What did you say?
He seems so busy.
Oh, Linda, what is there about this old man that disturbs you? I think he's funny.
Carl.
Dirty little unshaven old man crouched over writing names in the sand with the point of his finger. That's a serious career, isn't it?
Carl.
A career for one's old age. No overhead, no competition, no profit. Sit in the open air and write in the sands of time. Linda, I tell you, when I get too old for Wall Street, I think I'll join this old man and Huh?
C-A-R. Carl, look. Your name. He's writing your name.
Well, what do you know about...
C-A-R-L.
Well, the old fraud can hear. Must have overheard you say my name.
Carl, your last name. He's writing that, too.
Oh, but that's impossible. He doesn't know
He is writing it. L-A.
My name. He doesn't know who
U-G. How slowly he forms each letter.
How does he know? Why does he write?
Carl, what is it?
I don't know. Feel sick.
Carl.
Don't let me fall.
Old man, help me. Please help.
He's finishing.
Oh, my friend.
My name.
He's ill.
Can't breathe.
Carl, I can't hold you up. Help me. Someone help me. Carl, you're standing up again.
I feel all right.
Carl, what happened? Why did you frighten me so?
My name in the sand. Where?
The surf. It came in and wiped it out before he'd finished.
Old man, why did you write my name? How did you know who I was? Answer me. Why did you write my name?
What difference does that make? You're ill. Let's get back to the house.
No, I feel fine. Sudden dizziness, but I'm all right. I want to know how and why this old man was writing my name.
He's writing again.
Huh? L-I... Your name?
Yes.
D-A...
Carl, take me home.
Wait, he can't possibly know your last name. J-E... He does know it.
Carl, please,
F-E-R...
I don't...
Writing so slowly as
I
if
don't...
he wasn't quite sure, but he does know it. Linda, how in the world do you imagine he... Linda?
Help me.
Linda, what is it?
Hold me.
Yes, I'm holding you. Linda, in heaven's name, what is it?
My heart. Falling.
Linda. Linda. Linda!
Ladies and gentlemen, may we turn away for just a moment from tonight's lights-out story and the mysterious little old man who wrote so strangely in the sand. And in this moment, let's turn to a state of affairs that may not be at all strange to you these war days. It's closing time in a war plant, and a worker is saying to her friends,
I might have known it. No letter from Lou. He hasn't written to me since he went away.
But, dear, you can't blame him. You were so cross to him the last time he was here. You've gotten run down and underweight. You don't look or act like the attractive girl you used to be.
Oh, I'm so on edge I can hardly eat or sleep. I can't help it.
Don't be so sure of that. If vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, ironized yeast tablets supply the very help you need. They give you both vital substances, and believe me, they are vital. Authorities say when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your daily meals, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need, and so lose weight, lack strength and energy. And without enough iron, you may be weak and pale. You may feel only half alive.
I see. And you say ironized yeast tablets supply both?
Yes, indeed they do. It's this two-way help that's been of such splendid benefit to men and women who were deficient in these substances. So if you're short on vitamin B1 and iron, get ironized yeast tablets right away, tonight. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
how grand it is to feel so good again. Lou says I look like a million since I've got back this good weight. How thankful I am to ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to our lights out story of Mirage.
Carl.
Linda, what?
Carl, why are you holding me?
You were ill, fainting.
I? What are you talking about?
Are you joking?
What's it a joke about? Please let go of me.
All right.
My name. He was writing my name.
Yes.
Where is it? The sand. He's writing another name? Where's mine?
That wave must have washed it out before he finished.
Oh, I remember now. I couldn't see. Darkness. I was falling.
Yes. Falling.
Your face. So white. Carl, why?
As he wrote my name, I felt as if I were dying. And then you felt that way, too, as he wrote your name, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did.
How cold it is here.
Cold.
He's still writing. The moon gone.
Yes.
All right.
Still here?
Darker.
Then the darkness. I can't stand it anymore. Old man, who are you?
Linda,
Oh.
Linda, stay away from him. Don't go near...
No!
No, Linda! Linda, what is it?
No one.
What?
No one here.
But he was here. I saw him.
Carl, find him. Find him and talk to him. I've got to know. I've got to know.
Old man, where are you? Old man!
There he is. Far down the beach.
We've got to catch him. Come.
Yes.
Old man, wait.
Old man.
Wait, old man.
Wait, I beg you. Wait.
Old man, wait. I want to talk to you. No one.
I saw...
There he is.
Where?
The other way, at the edge of the water. Old man, wait. Old man.
Wait on the Carl. Wait for me. Wait. Carl, why did you stop?
No one. I thought I saw, but there's no one. If only the moon came out again.
Find him for me,
You
Carl.
blasted
Find
moon.
him
Come
for
out,
me.
come out, come out.
Old man.
Linda.
I heard... You're laughing.
Yes, of course I'm laughing. What we just heard on the wind, our friends back at the house.
Friends?
Yes, friends. The wind and the sound of them talking had cleared my head. I must have been out of my head all this time, and you too, Linda.
Our friends?
Yes, our friends back there only a few hundred feet from here. Lights and music and reality.
This hasn't been reality?
Linda, all my life I've been a practical man. My life has been like my business. Everything had debits and credits. This that's been happening to us, my head's clear now. I can think of it in practical terms.
Tell me.
We met an old man writing in the sand.
He wrote my name.
And mine, too. All that was real enough. Now, then, how did he know our name?
Yes?
Simple enough. You and I are not unknown. He must have been an old gardener on the estate here. Yes, that's it. He heard of us, then heard us call each other by our given names, so he knew the rest of it.
When he wrote our names, we...
Yes, I know the dizziness. It's all quite easily explained. Back in the house, the air was bad. We came outside. The both of us, nerves on edge, too much fresh air. Dizziness followed. Oh, why talk about it anymore? Let's get back to the house.
Yes, Carl. Yes, quickly.
Careful, not so fast. You'll fall.
I'm all right. Faster, Carl. I want to get back.
Drink, that's what I need. A drink or two or three or a dozen.
So very dark.
Infernal clouds. Here, let's stay along the water's edge. Easier to walk.
Yes.
Fantasy in the night, that's all it was. We let our imaginations run away with us. Imagined things that didn't exist.
Carl.
Why do you stop?
Carl.
Why are you pointing?
He's writing again. He's there, writing again.
Old man. Old man.
Carl, don't leave me. Carl, it's so dark. Carl.
Gone again.
Carl, take me back to the house. Quickly. Quickly, don't stand there. We'll run.
Wait, the moon. Shining down so strangely. Everything's so strange.
So strange.
Yes.
Carl, at the edge of the water.
What?
Our names. Our names in the sand. See
Yes,
them?
yes.
There's a date written after my name.
And after mine.
I can't see the date.
A wave, it's coming. Linda, come back.
No, I've got to see.
Linda!
I saw.
I did, too.
The date. When I...
The date when I... No. No, it isn't true. It isn't. The date written in the sand, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. Does it, Linda?
I didn't think it would come so soon.
You believe?
Yes.
I do, too, somehow.
So soon.
No, I won't believe. I won't. I'm going to live a long time, 50, 60 more years. My family, they lived long lives. My father, my grandfather. This can't be true.
Carl, don't be afraid.
You're not?
I am. And yet, somehow it's wonderful.
Wonderful?
Yes, wonderful. What every person in the world wants to know. We know. You and I.
It'll be spring that year when I...
Don't think about it that way. The wonder of it, Carl. Think of that.
I've never thought much of the wonder of things.
How good the air is. Like wine. I heard them call it that. I never believed a breath could be so wonderful.
If a man planned every minute that was left, how much he could do.
That's why I say it's wonderful, Carl. I know what I have left. I can plan the days, the hours, live each one because I know just how many of them I have. Oh, Carl, I'm almost happy now.
Happy?
Yes, why not? Now I'll do the things I've wanted to do. Yes, every one. Listen to them back there. I never really wanted that, Carl.
But you always...
Because that was the path my mother had gone, and the one she led me to. But all the time, the snobbery of money and those little silly family destinies. I wasn't happy, because it really wasn't what I wanted. I knew that. But I went on because always there was a tomorrow. I said to myself, tomorrow, some new tomorrow, I'll start the life I want. I didn't know. But now I know my tomorrows, Carl. I've got to start now. And so I will. And so I'm happy.
What?
A child, Carl. Yes. I want a child. There. I've said what I never thought to say. How I used to laugh at people with their children. Such clever, brittle talk. And all the time, my heart was in my eyes. A child. Listen, on the wind.
Yes.
It's music of the night, Carl. Look up. The stars are singing. They know I'm free. For a little while, I'm free. And you, Carl, what will you do?
I? What will I do?
Yes. What will you do tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning I'll go back to my business, of course. No.
Carl, you're holding me.
Yes. Linda, you and I, we've got to be together.
Carl.
You're right. There can be happiness in it for those days and months we're free. The world will climb up to those singing stars of yours. When I was a boy, I always thought I'd do that. Travel tomorrow. There'd always be a tomorrow for me. Yes, I was immortal. I thought that, really. Most of us do, don't we? Everybody else in the world would live their lives and die, but I, always inside of myself, I thought I'd live forever. So I climbed in a cage and stayed there.
You're holding me so close.
You and I, Linda. Together. Free. Until that day. Say it. Say it.
Oh, my dearest. Why did it take death to teach us how to live?
Well, Mr. Oboler, after personally would like to thank you for that one.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. And thanks to Lou Merrill, Ann Stone, and Catherine Thompson. Now, since I promised to tell our listeners about the mysterious disappearance of the author and the thing this week, supposing you have yours safe, Frank, and then I'll have mine.
In a word, friends, why go on being run down and weak, underweight, and often tired out if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is all that's wrong? Remember, ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances, vitamin B1 with iron. Of course, a rundown condition may stem from other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if you're simply short on vitamin B1 and iron, if more of them is all you need to help build you up, why, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to feel better, and so sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what of that interesting explanation for the change of plays this week, Mr. Oboler?
Well, it's simply this. After a solid year of bringing you these plays, a man named Oboler is going off to finish a stage play. So, next week is going to be the last of this particular Lights Out series. And since the author in the thing murders off an author, well, all of you have had your panties frightened off during this year of Lights Out. Be sure to listen in next week to The Author in the Thing, wherein a certain radio playwright, initials A.O., gets everything that's coming to him in a lethal manner. And I do mean lethal.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, The Author and the Thing. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet. And now, Ironized Yeast has contributed the rest of their time this week to a message to all of us from Kate Smith from New York.
Hello, everybody. This is Kate Smith again, on the job and on the bond wagon for Uncle Sam since early this morning, and still going strong. We're selling bonds like wildfire, but we have to sell more. We're shooting at a high-riding star today and tonight, and you out there who listen are backing the attack. In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the officers of Carlisle Medical Field Service School, which is the West Point of the Army Medical Department, have just given us an order for $10,000. And when our men in uniform do that, well, it's a pretty heartwarming thing. In Worcester, Massachusetts, they're going to town for our bond drive, too. They've pledged $100,000 in bonds through the low theaters there. In Burlington, Vermont, Mrs. Nina T. Conant bought a $25 bond. One of her sons was killed in an airplane crash. One is somewhere in the South Pacific. Another is in the Naval Aviation Corps, and her daughter is in the WACS. That $25 bond Mrs. Conant bought was worth $1 million in sacrifice. It was paid for partly in stamps, partly by a soldier's allotment check, and partly with small bits of cash. Oh, I could tell you dozens, hundreds, yes, thousands of stories like these. Sacrifices made, bonds bought. All day long, the pattern of America has been reflected in these golden threads. You, too, belong to this pattern of America. You, too, can add your name to a glorious scroll for victory. Will you buy a bond?
Make this be Cruel to Moths Week in your home. Remember that moths feed on clothes the year round, so do something about it. Look after those clothes in your dark closets. If there are dirt or grease spots on them, get rid of those spots with Energine cleaning fluid. Grease spots are the favorite feeding place of moths, and Energine is the favorite spot remover to get rid of them. Energine is an all-around cleaning helper, a necessity in every home. Energine saves time, money, your clothes, and your furniture. So buy a large economical container of Energine cleaning fluid and keep things clean with Energine. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. Tonight, we're going to listen to the music of the spheres. That's right. Haunting music.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
Pretty little house in a pretty little suburb. A sunny morning, and the alarm clock rings. Ho hum, just another day. Except when you follow an unusual occupation, like that of Don Winston, cosmonaut.
Well, let me turn that thing up. There we are. Now, 6:30 in the morning, and a lovely, lovely day for a blast-off, honey.
Donna, I'm so scared.
Oh, no need to be. Like the song says, fly me to the moon. Jane, you're going to have the most famous husband in the whole world. By tonight, I'm going to be the first man on the moon. How'd you like that, huh?
Oh, I don't like it, Don. I'm scared.
You're scared. How do you think I feel?
I know you're never scared, Don. You're brave, and I'm just your wife. Can't you guess how it feels? Anything can go wrong, anything. Oh, Donna, I'm sorry if I make you ashamed of me.
Kiss me, honey, come on. There we are. The first man on the moon kisses his wife. There's no danger, June, honey. Well, less than riding a streetcar. The eggheads, not the scientists, they got all buttoned up. I just ride the capsule, that's all, promise. Well, anyway, I'd better get down to Cape Kennedy for the briefing, I guess.
Weight?
Your checks, General, same as yesterday.
Sutton, have you checked the pulse weight?
Yes, sir. Normal as indicated. Respiration normal, no significant change. Well, General Miller, looks like I get to go to the moon, huh?
Yeah, except that you aren't bound for the moon.
How's that again? Look, General,
the moon
we
is
agreed.
not your objective, Winston. Oh, I know you've been led to believe that this was the culmination of our moon trials, but it isn't.
Now, look, I was promised. They told me I'll be the first man on the moon, and now you're cheating me out of it. Oh, that's not fair, General. No matter what you say. This is the biggest day of my life, and you stand there.
Your objective is not the moon, Winston. Your objective is Mars. Utmost secrecy was essential. You realize that?
Oh, yeah, sure, General. Sure, I do.
Now, I want to introduce you to Professor Killefer, who will give you the true briefing for what your assignment is going to be. Come this way. Oh, Professor, this is Major Donald Winston, the cosmonaut chosen for this great and historic flight.
What? Yes. How to do, young man?
Oh, I feel fine, thanks, Professor.
Good. Well, let me put it to you simply. We have decided that the time has come for one of you young men to demonstrate that we lead the world in space travel. We have decided to make a manned space landing on the red planet, Mars.
Is that possible, Professor?
Oh, yes, yes, of course. But, you see, you will not merely be traveling through space. You will be traveling through time.
Time? I don't get it.
No. We are using a new technique. We have experimented exhaustively with it, and it shows no signs of possible failure. If it is as successful as we hope, then the galaxies are open to us, and we may travel in the spaces between the stars.
Time travel, huh? Well, I've speculated about it, sir. I suppose we all have, but under some pretty rough snags.
Well, as a matter of fact, that is exactly what we want to discover. We are using Reinhold's theory of the time slip. And once your ship has passed beyond the Earth's orbit, then the special gear will come into operation that will launch you through the fourth dimension. Are you willing to be the first man to undertake this great experiment?
Willing? Oh, this will be the greatest thing ever tried.
Yes.
Your permission to mention this to my wife, sir?
Well, all right. I suppose human feelings must be taken into consideration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll speak to her and see you at the launching pad. Jane, honey, I tell you it isn't dangerous.
How do you know? Travel through time? Who had that crazy idea?
Oh, Professor Killefer. Oh, I know he looks like an old nut, but he's a great scientist. He wouldn't let a man run any unnecessary risk, honey.
Before, I could think of you flying to the moon or the stars, but where will you be now, Don? Between the minutes and the hours, between the centuries? How can I know? Oh, Don, please tell him you refuse to go.
I can't do that, Jane. It's a chance of a lifetime. I can't do that.
Then I know you won't come back. You'll never come back to me, Don. Because you've signed your own death warrant.
You have a check on uptime?
For 50 centuries.
And downtime?
Back as far as the Second Ice Age.
Good. Excellent. The power required will be 2008 sun units, and the slip will be of a mere 50 years.
Professor, do you know for sure that this is safe?
Time travel has never been tried before. How can I possibly answer that?
Checking out. Electrics responding as scheduled.
Roger. Retro rockets control.
Function appears normal, sir.
Check airlines and fuel ballasting.
Check. By instruments, all normal.
Are you ready for countdown?
All ready.
I'm handing you over to Professor Killefer, who will complete this briefing.
Winston?
I'm receiving you, Professor.
When the time slip takes place in orbit, you'll feel nothing. There will be merely a singing in your ears. Do you understand?
I understand.
Good. The countdown will start now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off!
Professor, you ready with the chronocard?
Yes, I am completely ready. The capsule has established a steady orbit. Now, switches.
receiving me? Are you reading me?
We are receiving you, Winston.
Where? I'm in the dark. The dark? Where am I?
You are passing through the dust of passing time. You are in the darkness of old time. Soon you will emerge.
There's a sense of falling light. Falling light.
Relax completely, Winston. Be perfectly still. Breathe deeply. Think of traveling through the spaces between the stars. Between the stars.
Bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gonna hunt you.
I read it as 6 light years. You check, Miller?
Yeah, that checks. But there's no word from him. Even at this distance, we ought to hear the signal.
No. He's moving in time.
Moving in time, Killipper. Or lost in time.
Oh, just a moment.
Mrs. Winston.
Shh, Professor. My baby's asleep.
I simply have to talk to you.
And I know exactly what you have to say. My husband isn't coming back. Is that it?
How can you say such a thing? How can you remain so calm if you suspect that he's...
Because I've looked into your eyes, Professor. And I know you're mad. You may fool the others, General Miller and Don and the rest, but I know your secret. You're stark raving mad.
There has been a technical interference with the radio transmission from the capsule, that's all.
You know it as well as I do. You're stark raving mad.
Moved in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Poor dog. To be lost beyond the stars is serious, isn't it? But what is it like to be lost in time? It must be like living 2 minutes away from sanity.
Earth, are you reading me? Earth, it's dark. It's dark. I'm moving into nowhere. Earth, you're reading me?
Try the micro adjustment on the chronocard.
Yes, I'll put it at a microsecond. With the automatic time slip counter, that should give us contact at any minute.
How do we know? How do we know any longer that a minute means to Don Winston? Or 1,000,000 years come to that? He's lost. Lost in time.
I have no means of knowing if this message is being received. I'll never go on broadcasting as long as it remains possible.
Yeah, reading you, Winston, loud and clear.
Contact reestablished, then good. Now get this. Mars, the red planet, is directly ahead of me. Estimated speed, 28,000 terrestrial knots. I can see the famous canals quite clearly. 2 minutes exactly, I'll fire the retro rockets to slow my descent.
Understood? Miller, it's worked exactly as I knew it would. Succeeded beyond our wildest dreams. He's steering a direct course for Mars.
Switch back.
I am about to fire the retro rockets.
Winston? Don Winston, are you still in contact? Winston, are you still in contact? Come in, Winston.
Yes, General Miller, come in.
Mrs. Winston, we've established contact with your husband. He's alive and well.
You know he isn't coming back.
That's an absurd thing to say.
Last night I had a dream of a planet with 2 moons and a sun.
Please spare me your dreams, Mrs. Winston. I tell you, your husband is alive and well.
I saw 2 men there, and they walked slowly to greet one another. And one turned to me. I saw it was Don. His face was terrible. He looked mad, driven out of his mind by horror.
Now, this is ridiculous. In the first place, it's only a dream.
No, it was more than that.
In any case, how could there be 2 men? Mars is uninhabited, so far as we know.
So far away out there and lonely in the immensity of space. Terrified. Lost.
My main reason in calling on you was to ask you to come down to the control room and talk to your husband. Perhaps that will convince you. Will you come with me?
Yes. Yes, I must come. I have to hear it all. Right to the very end.
In here, Mrs. Winston.
Thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Winston. Please, come and sit down by me here.
Have you heard anything further from Don?
We lost contact on the landing, but that was to be expected. He hasn't been in touch for some 15 minutes, but there's no cause for alarm.
Listen to the monitor speaker there, Mrs. Winston. There. That slight crackle means he's switched on his transmitter.
Calling Earth. Calling Earth. You receiving me?
I'm reading you, Winston.
The capsule has landed safely. I am standing on the surface of the planet Mars.
This is a historic moment, Winston. A journey safely made through space and time. Your wife is here, Winston. She wants to speak to you. Then I shall contact the President himself.
I want to speak to June, please.
Here, speak into the microphone.
Don? Don, are you all right?
Sure. Muzzy, I guess. I feel different, honey. It isn't easy to explain. Now look out for yourself. I'll be back soon, huh?
Don, I need you here. Hurry back.
Now, Winston, I want to run down on your physical symptoms.
Well, I feel okay, I guess. Just lonely. And as if, I don't know how to say it, as if I'd lost some part of me. Some part of me that's got away during those lonely miles in space and time. I haven't any way of saying it properly. I may have changed in some way.
What is the reading on the chromal cord?
Well, let's see. 70,209.
Vincent, check that last figure. Did you say 9?
Check. 9.
We read 7.
Is it important?
2-second displacement. I can't understand. Although the instrument may be faulty. Never mind, Winston. Now, tell us what you see around you.
Well, just this great red planet. Treeless and lifeless. Rocks everywhere. Blue rocks with lines of strata. Straw yellow, as if molded by great heat.
We'll need samples, Winston.
I'll bring them.
And Winston, there is no sign of life at all?
No, none. Little hill just to my right. I'm going to climb it. Then I'll have a much wider view of the landscape. I'll switch off for a few moments. Over and out.
It's horrible.
Mrs. Winston, it's an awe-inspiring and wonderful moment. Your husband has done something no other man has ever done. This is a magnificent feat, and you should be very proud of it.
He said he'd lost some part of himself. Can't you imagine it out there on that red plain? Alone? Quite alone on an alien planet, locked away behind a time barrier?
I just thought of something. Einstein pointed out that if a man on a distant planet could look at Earth, he wouldn't see the day at all, but the past. He might see the Battle of Waterloo or something of the sort.
But to Don, we aren't born yet.
Mrs. Winston, you've talked to him. You've heard him.
He's getting in contact once more.
I don't understand this. I don't think I like it very much. There's something wrong about this place. Something terribly wrong. Yeah, something's terribly wrong. It's impossible. I climbed the little hill with the muscle assisted. It was quite easy. I reached the top. I think I'm going mad. Because behind me and in front of me, it's a mirror image. The rocks, red earth, everything like a mirror image. Identical.
It does it.
Even the little hill. I'm going to walk over to that hill, but how can I? It's this hill. And I'm standing on it. I think I must be going mad.
Listen, he's coming in again.
I walked across the landscape into the mirror. Very silent here. No birds, insects, no noise of any kind. Even my footsteps seem noiseless. There's a sense of desolation, and nothing lives here, nothing. Sky is yellow. Landscape is double. It's double.
You must keep a firm hold of yourself, Winston.
It's like a nightmare.
Don, come back to me.
I'm lost in a nightmare. It doesn't sound much, just that the landscape is double, but I'm scared of what I may find and what I may meet up here.
But, man, you just said there was no living thing to be seen or heard.
I'm not scared of living things. Will it be alive? How can it be alive? Yet time has images. Time is like a great pile of pictures. Endless and... Here he comes. Walking down from that little hill over there.
Be more explicit, Winston. Who is coming?
A cosmonaut in a spacesuit. Tall, young.
You know that's impossible, Winston. There can be no other man on that planet. Unless the Russians...
No, this isn't a Russian. Someone I know quite well. Hi, Don. Hello, Don. Seems there's two of us now. We're twins, huh? I'm twins. This is the worst kind of horror. Do we both exist? Yeah, we both exist in time. Different parts of time we exist, and we don't. I am. And wait. I am Don Winston. Then who are you? Don Winston. Cosmonaut. No, you're not. You can't be. You just cut that out. Keep your head, you fool. It's possible, then. For a man to meet himself in time. Can't be possible. I'm going back. I'm going back!
We'll never know if Don Winston ever got home. One thing I'm certain of. We've seen nothing of him here, behind the creaking door.
Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly, independent Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, Fatal Appointment.
Lee Brand was a happy man. There was a spring to his step as he crossed the front terrace of his palatial summer home at Carmel. At the door, he paused and looked back over the vast estate, silently congratulating himself on the business deal he had just completed. It was the biggest thing that had ever happened to him, big enough to provide all the money he would ever need. It would make it possible for him to drop his business identity with the gang in the city as Lee Brand, and maintain social life here at Carmel as Julius Belmont, wealthy retired businessman, and the man his daughter had always believed him to be. But as Brand ran through the whole story in his mind, he suddenly realized it was actually Paul Elliott's story right from the beginning. And that was on a July night a little less than 2 years ago, when Brand and one of his men were driving across the Sacramento River. Their headlights picked up the figure of a man standing on the railing.
Hey, look at that guy. Is he going to jump? Huh? Good Lord. Speed up, Dave. Pull over there. Fast. Hey! Hey, don't! Wait! He's waving at us.
Yeah, maybe he isn't going.
No. There he goes. No. That wave was just goodbye. Guy must be screwy when he gets...
Get going, Dave. Down the ramp to the river. We'll pull him out.
What?
Come on, hurry, hurry!
Come on. You're okay, buddy.
Where am I?
You're in my apartment. We pulled you out of the river.
You decided to take a little swim, remember?
Oh. Well, I guess I should thank you, gentlemen, for saving my life.
It was his idea, not mine.
His?
The name's Lee Brand. Yours?
Why, it's... Oh, what's the difference? It's Elliot. Paul Elliot.
Any relation to the Elliots?
Yes. The favorite son. The black sheep they always thought was so white.
You weren't giving yourself much of a chance to change. Not that way.
I wasn't looking for chances. I'm not a gambler, Mr. Brand.
I wonder. Just how bad is it, Elliot? Anything a little time and money could mend?
Look, you pulled me out back there. I said thanks, even though I don't appreciate it. But you don't look like Santa Claus, Mr. Brand. And your friend
Listen, we can push you back in, brother. In fact, I think it's better. Dave. What's there to hide, Elliot? Your life history would have been all over the front pages tomorrow.
Yes, I suppose. Only when you get into a jam over $50,000 in funds that belong to your own family, you don't like to talk about it.
No, that way is it? Well, I asked you a question a moment ago. How much money, how much time? I mean, to get things straightened out. All the way.
It's not that easy. Besides, what's the catch?
No catch. You see, I am a gambler, Elliot. It's my business. And I've never seen a situation yet that I couldn't rescue something out of. Haven't you got any real property we could save? No stocks, bonds, insurance policies?
Well, sure. I've got insurance, $250,000 worth. With lapsed premiums.
Could they be picked up, reinstated?
I think so, but what are you going for, Brand?
Your peace of mind. And mine, too. You said that, that with your own family it's different. You don't like what they might think of you.
That's right.
Well, maybe I can fix that for you. If you fix things for me.
Huh?
I told you I'm a gambler. Let me clear my life up, too. With one last big toss. Fix it so I can retire.
I'm with you right up to the $64 question. How do we do it?
The answer's worth more, Elliot. Say the full amount of that insurance, $250,000. You make me the beneficiary and tell the insurance company if they get nosy that I refinance your business.
I don't follow you.
Here, take my pen. Let's write it out. A little note. Make it clear. All set?
Go ahead.
Date this, July 8th, 1948.
But that's 2 years from now.
That's right. You'll see.
Well,
now write this. I, Paul Elliot, not acting under duress, am taking my life by my own hand. And
wait a minute.
Keep writing. And that no living person should in any way be held responsible for my death. Sign it. Put it in an envelope. Give it to me.
Oh, listen, this is
your
crazy.
deal, Paul. Yours and mine. I give you $50,000, and you give me that suicide.
But it's ridiculous. I'm all mixed up. I never heard of anything.
Maybe you haven't. And I've been thinking of a deal like this for years.
But how can we make a deal like that? What if I changed my mind 2 years from now and wanted to live?
Even I know the answer to that part. Right, David. Your mind would be made up for you. Right on schedule. How about it, Paul? $50,000. Tempted?
I'll have to think. Give me some time. I'll call you.
I think so. I'll wait up until you do. It's a
a strange, frightening proposition, isn't it, Paul? $50,000 tonight, simply by signing your name to that little note in your pocket. A note that says you died by your own hand. Walking along, thinking it out carefully, you wonder if you really would have to die. Brand himself might be dead in a year. A lot of things could happen before your own life fell due. You could straighten things out, Paul. You know you have the brains to get the business running again. You think you might find a way to outsmart Brand. If necessary, you might even kill him.
Hello? Brand? This is Paul Elliott.
I thought so. What about it, Paul? What have you decided?
It's a deal. I'll sign the suicide note tonight.
With the prologue of Fatal Appointment, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, since this is travel season, I'd like to pass along a tip to you drivers. Wherever you travel throughout the Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico, you'll discover that Signal is known as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of that reputation, but even more so, we're proud of what makes Signal's famous mileage possible. The extra efficiency your motor gets from today's Signal gasoline, which also means more thrilling, knock-free power for your car. More driving pleasure for you. Yes, that's right. Performance is the result of the same features a gasoline must have to give you extra mileage. That's why Signal says your speedometer is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. So if you want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that stops in quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to The Whistler.
Time has moved swiftly, hasn't it, Paul, since the night you met Lee Brand, the night you tried to commit suicide and Brand pulled you out of the river. Yes, that night you made a bargain. You agreed to make Brand the beneficiary of your insurance policy in return for $50,000 to get you started again. And now Brand's backing has made it possible for the Paul Elliott Enterprises to rally surprisingly, surge ahead. And all your friends are talking about it, calling you the Miracle Man. Yes, Paul, it's different now. Not that every transaction has been completely honest, but you've been successful, and so busy you have practically forgotten your deal with Brand. At the office, it's always the same, working at a fever pitch.
Yes?
Hello, darling.
Huh? Oh, Barbara, hello.
Well, hell, you almost didn't remember me.
Oh, no, that's not true. I was busy, Barbara.
You're always busy. If I get more than a few extra minutes with you lately, I'm lucky.
Not as lucky as I am.
What about tonight?
Tonight?
Our dinner date. You haven't forgotten that. And the weekend party at the wedding?
Oh, no, I haven't forgotten. And I do want to go, Barbara, and be with you, but...
But you're not sure you can make either of them.
Oh, that's right, darling. I hope you understand.
I do. But I don't have to like it. Will you call me soon?
Very soon, Barbara. You know I will.
All right. Climb back in your treadmill. Sorry I interrupted.
Goodbye, Barbara.
Bye.
Morning, Paul.
Oh, good morning, Dick.
You look and sound a little down, old man. When are you going to take that vacation?
Oh, that's your idea.
Well, it's your health. And here's something that says we can spare you around here for a while.
Oh?
the latest audit. You've got the company in good shape, mister. Here, take a look at this report. Now, with the deals we have set, we'll be counting profits for 6 months at least. Can't miss. I hope you're right. Really, Paul, you've done wonders. And all of it in exactly 2 years.
2 years?
Almost to the dot. It's July 7th.
I thought it was still June.
Hey, look, Paul, there's such a thing as concentrating too hard on one thing. I still think that a vacation...
Yes, I'm definitely going to take some time off, Dick, and right away.
Say, are you feeling all right?
Of course. Why, what's the matter?
I'm asking you. First, it's no vacation, positively. Now you've practically got your bags packed.
Well, can't a guy change his mind?
I suppose, but... Paul, is there anything wrong? Anything I could help you with?
Why, no, there's not a thing wrong, Dick. Not a thing in the world.
But everything's wrong, isn't it, Paul? It's a shock to realize that your time is up, and you haven't long to live if Brand keeps his bargain with you. There just isn't anything you can do. Not now, anyway. You decide to keep your date with Barbara, and later that evening at the Weddington party, you wander out on the terrace and stand there looking out over the spacious grounds.
Beautiful out here, isn't it, Paul?
Yes.
Paul.
Yeah?
What's wrong with us?
Wrong? I didn't know that there was
I'm
anything.
young, healthy, at least fairly attractive. I'm also very much in love with you.
Barbara,
And I think you're in love with me.
Of course I am, Barbara.
So, there it is. Isn't it customary for two people in love to do something about it?
Yes, but... Well, there are things, problems you have to work out before I can...
Oh, darling, don't you want to tell me about them? Perhaps I could help you.
I can't very well. Not right now, darling.
Oh, I see.
There's nothing you could do, really. Well, darling, I've just got to work this thing out by myself. If you'll just give me a little time to straighten things out.
Is it about the business, Paul?
Well, yes, in a way.
But I thought everything was going so well. Dick's been telling us what a grand job you've done with the company. Well, he even mentioned that you're going to take a vacation.
Well, I haven't quite made up my mind about it.
Oh, why don't you, Paul? It would do you good to get away.
Get away? Yes. Yes, it would do me good to get away.
Look, I'm going down to Father's summer home at Carmel tomorrow. Why don't you join us? I know Father'd love to meet you.
Carmel?
Wonderful place, really. Quiet, restful, a perfect hideaway. Oh, you'd love it, Paul.
Yes. Let me think about it, darling. I'll let you know.
You won't have to. I'll be there waiting for you whenever you decide to come down.
All right.
And, Paul.
Yes?
Darling, you really have been working too hard. You're not looking well at all. Getting away from everything would be the best thing in the world for you.
Barbara has given you an idea, hasn't she, Paul? Yes, you do need to get away. As far away from Lead Brand as possible. But Carmel isn't far enough, is it? Shanghai, Buenos Aires, perhaps. Yes, that's much better. And it's the only thing you can do. The next morning, you hurriedly pack a suitcase. And as you're about to phone for a taxi...
Oh, yes? Mr. Elliott? That's right.
Bill Adams. I'm with the Atlantic Life Insurance Company. Just making a routine check on your policy.
My policy?
Uh-huh.
Why, is something wrong?
No, nothing wrong. As I said, it's just a routine check. About the change of beneficiary you made a couple of years ago when you named Mr. Brand beneficiary of the full amount of $250,000.
Well, what about it?
At the time, you stated your reason for the change was that you're indebted to Mr. Brand in a business way.
Well, yes, that's correct.
Well, we understand your business is in excellent shape now. Thought perhaps you'd want to change the beneficiary again. Some member of the family, maybe.
Oh.
Come in, won't you, please?
Of course.
Mr. Adams gives you an idea, doesn't he, Paul? If you leave town and Brand learns he's no longer the beneficiary, that your death will mean nothing to him, you'll be a lot safer wherever you are. Things look brighter now, don't they, Paul? And you're almost hospitable as the insurance man enters your apartment.
Sit down, please.
Thanks.
You know, it's funny you should drop in, Mr. Adams. I've been thinking about my insurance policy.
Oh?
It would be perfectly all right if I changed beneficiary again, wouldn't it?
Well, it's up to you.
Well, could you do it right away?
Well, yes, I suppose so. Have to check with my boss.
Your boss?
Yeah. You see, he happens to be the beneficiary at the moment.
What? You mean...
Yeah. Lee Brand.
You realize now how useless it would be to try to change the insurance policy, don't you, Paul? And you realize, too, that running away is now out of the question. From now on, Brand will have you watched every minute. You're trapped. There seems to be no escape from Brand. And your date was death. But you're not going to give up. Not just yet. There's Barbara. Somehow you feel she'll be able to help you. She's in love with you. She'll do anything for you, won't she, Paul? It's early afternoon when you arrive at Carmel. Drive down the main street and park your car before a small curio shop. Quickly, as you hurry inside to ask directions to the Belmont estate, two men are standing near the door as you enter. And as the door closes behind you, one of them turns around. And you freeze in your tracks.
Brand.
I beg your pardon?
Brand. What are you doing here?
I'm sorry, young man. There must be some mistake. I'm afraid I don't know you.
You don't know me? Say, wait a minute. I don't understand.
You'll excuse me. I'm quite busy. Mr. Tompkins, hold on to these bookends for me, will you? I'll pick them up in a day or so.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. Will there be...
No, thank you.
Brand, wait. I want to talk to you. Was there something you wanted, young fella? Yes, that man. Who is he? Why, that's Mr. Belmont. Belmont? Julius Belmont. Lives out there at the beach. He and his daughter just drove up from the city today.
It's fantastic, isn't it, Paul? Brand the gambler is Barbara's father. And even as the realization hits you, you see a way out of your bargain. Yes, Barbara is the answer. Sweet, trusting Barbara. And she's waiting for you to marry her. Marriage. That would solve everything, wouldn't it? Yes, you can use Barbara to save your life. You hurry back out into the street, find a phone booth, and call the Belmont estate.
Oh, Paul, this is a surprise. Oh, I hadn't expected to hear from you so soon. When are you coming?
Well, I'm not Barbara.
Oh, I see.
Barbara, darling, how soon can you meet me at my apartment?
At your apartment? Paul, what's happened?
Nothing at all, darling. You remember what we talked about last night, that problem I had to work out?
Yes.
Well, everything is settled now, darling. My problem has been solved.
Oh, then you mean...
I mean, I'm asking you to marry me, Barbara, right away.
Oh, darling. Then you aren't going to make me wait till I'm old and gray.
What do you say, Barbara?
Oh, of course I'll marry you. Could have told you that the first day we met.
How soon can you pack a bag and meet me?
Well, why can't you come here to Carmel? I want you to meet Father. I haven't told him about you yet.
Well, no, please, don't. Don't say anything to anyone. Just meet me.
Paul, there is something the matter. Won't you tell me?
Nothing's the matter, darling.
But then why can't you come here and...
Darling, will you do as I ask this one time?
All right, Paul. We have a few guests here. It may be some time before I can get away. I'll come as quickly as I can.
Oh, good. And hurry. Hurry, will you, sweetheart?
Yes, your problems are over now, aren't they, Paul? And you wonder what Brand, alias Mr. Julius Belmont, will say when he discovers that you've married his daughter. It'll be too late then for him to do anything, and you'll be freed. You hurry back to town to your apartment and wait for Barbara. And then shortly before 7 that night.
Oh, Barbara, I thought you'd
Hello, Elliot.
Brian.
Mind if I come in?
What? What do you want?
It was a bad mistake you made, Elliot, prying into my private affairs.
Look, Brian, I didn't...
I don't know how you found out or what. But you shouldn't have come down to Carmel, Elliot. You shouldn't have found out I was Julius Belmont.
Wait a minute, What are you doing?
Recognize this piece of paper? It's your suicide note, Elliot.
Brian, listen to me. I still have another day. Give me a break.
I can't take any more chances.
Well, then give me a chance to explain.
Sorry, kid, but I'm through gambling. It's all over.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since this is the season when so many of the most popular radio shows go off the air for the summer, I have tonight good news for you Whistler fans. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler, will continue to come to you throughout the summer without interruption. This makes the 5th consecutive year that Signal Oil Company has broadcast The Whistler for 52 weeks each year. What's more, if your vacation travel should take you into other Pacific Coast states, you can still enjoy your favorite mystery, because Signal Oil Company broadcasts The Whistler on 16 CBS stations throughout 5 Pacific Coast states. For the nearest Columbia station, wherever you happen to be, just consult the handy radio log and the new Signal road maps, which are yours for the asking at all Signal stations. So this summer, when you want the tops in radio entertainment, we hope you'll continue to tune in The Whistler. And when you want the tops in gasoline quality, we hope you'll turn in to a Signal service station and fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, Lee Brand was a happy man, and there was a spring to his step as he crossed the front terrace of his palatial summer home at Carmel. There was a smile on his face, the smile of a man who had just accomplished something worthwhile. It was over, the plan that had begun 2 years ago. Paul Elliott was lying dead in his apartment with that suicide note beside him. It would only be a formality now. Of course, there'd be an investigation, but with the note to back Brand up, it was only a matter of a few weeks until he received the insurance money. Enough so that he could leave the old life, forget himself as Brand, really begin to live as the man his daughter thought him to be. Julius Belmont, wealthy, retired businessman. In the study, Brand poured himself a drink, sat back and relaxed near the huge French windows overlooking the grounds.
Hello?
Lee, hey?
I told you never to call me here, Tex.
This is important, Lee. Got a tip. Somebody told the cops they saw you leave Paul Elliott's apartment. They'll be around to talk to you.
That's all right. I'm ready, Father.
When they find out you're the beneficiary of his life insurance, $250,000.
You're forgetting that this was suicide.
Yeah, I know, but I just wanted to let you know, that's all.
Thanks. There's nothing to worry about, Dave. Nothing at all. That suicide note was written in the deceased's own handwriting.
Lee Brand was sure he had nothing to worry about. All he had to do was wait. Let the investigation take a natural course. But as he dropped the phone back onto the hook...
Dad. Oh, Dad.
Barbara, what's the matter?
He's dead. He's dead.
What are you talking about?
Paul Elliott. Oh, Dad, we were going to be married. He was in some sort of trouble.
Paul Elliott? You were going to marry Paul Elliott?
Yes.
Baby, you didn't tell me. I didn't even realize that you knew.
He loved me, and I loved him. Dad, you got to do something about it. Find out who killed him.
He was murdered?
He never would have killed himself. I know. He just called me. We were going to be married right away. I know they wanted to make it look like suicide, but...
I don't understand.
Whoever killed him left a note. A suicide note. The police might have believed it, but I didn't. And now they'll find the murderer.
Barbara, what did you do?
I burned it before the police got there. I burned the suicide note.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed. Be courteous and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer, Herb Butterfield, and Doris Singleton. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Phil McMurray and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's The Whistler. For the tops in entertainment, and for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Farewell Party.
The gay, laughing crowd at the steamer dock hardly noticed the young woman in the smartly tailored gray suit as she half ran up the gangplank under the glare of the floodlights. Outwardly, she appeared calm. in spite of the fact that the cold hand of panic was tightening around her heart. Julia Chandler shuddered slightly as she stepped on the deck. Julia had made up her mind. In a few minutes, she was going to kill a man. There was nothing else she could do, and it would be very simple. On the final blast of the ship's all-ashore whistle, she would pull the trigger. Then she would melt into the crowd and go ashore. The body wouldn't be discovered until the ship was at sea. As she hurried down the deck, the events that had brought her here raced through her mind. It had all begun that night a week ago at the Club Los Flores, where she was dancing with her husband's business partner, Ralph Ellis.
You know, of course, Ralph, that this is our last evening together.
Why, Julia, you surprised me.
Oh, no, I don't. Why do you think I've avoided seeing you the past few weeks? This sort of thing has to end somewhere.
Oh, I suppose.
Let's just say that we danced divinely together, make beautiful music and all that, but, my husband is coming home.
Oh, he didn't let me know.
How inconsiderate. Once in a while, Bruce does put me before business.
Yes. And I'm still only a junior partner, huh?
Oh, yes. I'll try to do something about that for you.
Always good to have an in with a boss.
Naturally, you'll bear in mind that the boss wouldn't be at all cooperative if he thought that...
I'm not a child, Julia. However, I don't think that even you can help me with the firm. I'm not sure I'm cut out for the work.
I'm sure you're not cut out for any work.
Always the sweet, gentle answer. Handle anything, couldn't you, Julia?
Perhaps.
I wonder, are you really tired of me? Or is it that restlessness of yours again?
I wasn't aware that I was restless.
Oh, come on, Julia. I know you better than that. You were bored with having no money, and then Bruce came along, and so you married him.
Oh, really, Ralph?
But then you found out that married life could be boring, too. And fortunately, I came along. Who's taking my place, Julia? Is it that singing teacher of yours, Gregory Blaine?
You're being very difficult tonight, Ralph.
Oh, and it is the singing teacher. What does he have to offer? A career, fame, or a more exciting romance?
If you don't mind, I want to leave now, Ralph.
You didn't answer my question.
I didn't have to. I told you. My husband is coming home. That's all there is to it.
All right, Julia, have it your way. But wouldn't it be simpler if I just dropped you at Gregory's studio? Julia, come in, my dear.
I'm sorry to make it so late, Gregory, but it was Ralph. I couldn't be cruel.
My darling, you couldn't be cruel to anyone.
No.
Come here.
Oh, Gregory.
Have you heard from your husband?
Yes, he wired me from Chicago. He's coming tomorrow. That's why I wanted to see you.
Julia, you're sure there's no other way?
Now, we've been all through that. What about the records we made?
They're right over here.
Oh. I see you've been playing them over. You all right?
Yes. Your voice, Julia, it is so improved. You sing with such confidence, full, rounded tones.
I don't mean the music, Gregory. The little record of our voices. Are they...
Oh. It will sound as if we're right in the room. Here, I'll show you. It's at the end of the song. Beautiful. Beautiful, my dear.
Oh, thank you, Gregory. You've helped me so.
Now, we will try it again.
Perfect, Gregory. Perfect. Now turn it off.
And you still want to go through with it?
There's nothing else to do, Gregory.
No. Not unless you felt differently about the money.
I know what I'm doing. You'll need that money, you know.
Julia, I have enough for our boat fare to London, at least. I have my reservation already, and once there I could give singing lessons.
You're going to give all your lessons to me. Help me study in London, Paris, wherever you think necessary. We'll be able to afford it, Gregory. We can even afford the fare.
Oh, that couldn't happen. Not with that voice in the proper
When
train.
it's all settled. When it's over, you can go on to London, just as we planned. And I'll meet you there in a month. Perhaps less.
Julia, you don't think that anything might...
Nothing will go wrong, Gregory. Nothing. You must believe that. We're going to kill him together. To be together.
I'll be waiting to hear from you, Julia. You don't have to come back again. Just call.
Gregory.
Yes?
Kiss me goodnight.
With the prologue of Farewell Party, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a prediction about a sight you're going to see oftener and oftener as the days grow warmer. Overheated cars parked at the side of the road to let their steaming radiators cool off. To make sure this annoying occurrence doesn't mar your summer driving fun, Signal service stations have 3 little items that will make your cooling system young again. The first is radiator cleaner to remove clogging sludge and rust. The second is rust preventive to protect radiators of old cars or new ones from further corrosion. And the third is radiator sealer that stops any small leaks in a jiffy. These, incidentally, are just a few of your Signal dealer's fine quality upkeep items that include Purolator oil filters, fan belts, radiator hoses, spark plugs, and, of course, Lee of Conshohocken tires, famous for 45 years as the finest of first-line tires. You see, Signal service stations are much more than places to buy Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and Signal Premium Motor Oil. Wherever you see Signal's circle sign in yellow and black, there you'll also find complete, conscientious Signal service to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now back to The Whistler.
It was a long search, wasn't it, Julia? Trying to discover what you really wanted out of life. But at last you've decided, and it's quite simple. A career of singing, your devoted teacher, Gregory, as your husband, and the security of wealth that will automatically be yours with the death of Bruce Chandler, your present husband. It's all running through your mind as you drive home, winding up the steep grade of Canyon Road, maneuvering its sharp turns. You've always hated the big house on the hill, tolerated it just as you tolerated Bruce. But it's important now, isn't it? Desirable. The hill, the sharp turns over the canyon hundreds of feet below, the entire isolated setting. Yes, it's important, because it's a setting for murder, Julia. Your husband, Bruce's murder. You sleep well that night, relaxing completely, and then spend a long time before your dressing table in the morning. You want to look well for Bruce's return, as beautiful and disarming as possible. But on the way downstairs, you receive a shock. Voices, Julia, angry voices coming from Bruce's study across the hall.
Keep it from you, Bruce. What do you think I'm doing here? You knew I'd find out, that's why. I did not know. It doesn't make any difference. I'm through with you, Ralph, for good. Have you spoken to Julia about it? Not yet. Well, perhaps if the three of us talked it over. There's no explaining away this sort of thing, Ralph, not to my satisfaction. After all I've done with you. I wish you'd leave. Right now. What do you plan to do? I have very little choice. I see. Well, if you won't listen, Bruce. I've heard quite enough. Now, get out of here. Julia.
I'm sorry, Bruce. I couldn't help hearing.
Look, Julia, tell him we've got to discuss it.
I
Tell him that...
said get out, Ralph. No.
All right. I'm going.
I don't suppose there's anything I can say, Bruce.
No. I've been a fool. Won't make it any easier discussing it with you. It's a mess.
Well, does it occur to you that you might be at least partly to blame? Away on business more than half the time, leaving the way clear for Ralph? Almost inviting him...
I said I'd rather not discuss it now, Julia.
All right. Are you terribly hurt, Bruce?
Not so hurt that I don't know what to do about it.
Well, I wouldn't be too hasty. You might regret it.
I'll decide that, Julia. I'm going into town, to the club. Want to think this out alone. I'll have dinner there. Talk to you when I get back tonight.
I'll be waiting.
About 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, Bruce. We'll talk it all out then. Gregory.
Julia, what is it? I didn't expect to hear from
Something's happened. I can't tell you now. But, my singing lesson?
Your sing? Yes?
It has to be tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, it's the only way, Gregory, to keep him from changing things. Will you be here?
What time?
He's coming home at 9. You better be here by 8:30.
But, I'll be there, Julia.
And bring the record.
Of course.
And, Gregory.
Yes, Julia?
It's going to be all right. You'll see. Everything is going to be all right.
You had to reassure Gregory, didn't you? Because he seemed nervous and worried from the first. You're not exactly at ease yourself with the demand for action thrust upon you so suddenly. You can't help wishing that Bruce hadn't learned about you and Ralph, that you could have arranged your own schedule. But life doesn't always go according to plan, does it, Julia? No. And as Bruce will soon learn, neither does death. You wait anxiously all afternoon. Promptly at 8:30, Gregory's car swings into the drive. A few moments later, you hear the maid answering the door, admitting him into the front hall.
Thank you, sir. If you'll have a chair.
Thank you.
I'll tell Mrs. Chandler you're here.
Who is it, Edith?
Mr. Gregory Blaine, ma'am.
Who? Oh, yes. Back here, Gregory. The piano's in the study.
Oh, yes, of course.
Edith, I really want to try and get something accomplished tonight. Will you see that Mr. Blaine and I aren't disturbed?
Certainly, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, Gregory. Hello. So nice to see you again.
So nice to see you, Mrs. Chandler. Been practicing, I hope, in voice, eh?
Well, not as much as I should.
No, we'll see. I'm going to be strict tonight, make you work hard.
Oh.
I trust we won't be disturbed.
I've just been telling Edith here that we
Don't worry, ma'am. I'll take care of it.
Call me when Mr. Chandler gets in, of course.
Yes, ma'am.
So far, anyway.
Now, don't worry. Oh, where's the record?
Oh, right here. It's the little one that has
I know. I'll have to hurry. Remember the path I showed you?
Yes.
It leads directly to the road. You can intercept Bruce there. What did you bring? A gun. Oh.
It's just in case, Julia. That's all I would use it.
No, this has to look like an accident, like he missed a curve and drove off the road.
I understand.
You can go out through the window there, lead down to the terrace. And afterwards, get back as fast as you can.
The maid, you're sure she won't come? See that I'm not here?
She wouldn't dare. The records will be on. Now, she'll think you're playing for me and talking to me. She wouldn't interrupt. That's what I said.
All right.
Hey, now, be careful.
Julia, you do love me. You wouldn't let me...
Gregory, go on. We haven't much time. You'll be at that curve any minute.
All right. Oh, and, Julia...
Yes?
Well, after you phoned me this morning, I called the steamship line. I had my reservation changed. I'm leaving on the midnight boat.
All right.
Under these circumstances, I think it's best this way. You understand?
All right, Gregory. We can talk about it later. Now, hurry.
It's underway, Julia. Your plan to eliminate your husband, the answer to everything. You watch Gregory climb out the open window and move off into the darkness. You stand there for several seconds, visualizing all that's going to happen. In your mind, you see Bruce's open convertible winding slowly up the treacherous road, stopping as Gregory steps out into the glare of the headlights. You picture the sudden movement as he strikes, and then you see Bruce slump over the steering wheel, Greg starting the car, and then letting it roll over the embankment. Yes, in your mind you see it all, Julia. But you have your own part to do. So you move across to the phonograph, set the record in place. Records of a few songs and a few remarks from Gregory as he accompanies you on the piano. It's going to be easy, isn't it, Julia? With no chance of you or Gregory becoming involved. You start over to the window as Gregory begins the introduction of the song and the record. You wonder how things are going for Gregory as you hear his voice on the record prompting you to begin.
Now a few bars more, and you will begin.
Bruce.
Hello, Julia. I've shut this off a minute if you don't mind.
What happened, Bruce? I thought you weren't coming back until...
9. I know. It just didn't take me that long to make up my mind, Julia.
Oh?
That's funny.
What?
The maid. She said there was someone in here with you. Huh. Must have been the record that told her.
Oh, Bruce. Bruce.
What is it, Julia? What's the matter with you? Was there someone here? What's the big window doing open? Is there someone out there, Julia?
Please wait! Stay away from that window! Don't!
For more than a minute, you stand there, frozen in the middle of the room, as your husband sinks to the floor. Without even going to him, you know that he's dead. That somehow Gregory has ruined everything, completely destroyed your pat little plan of an accidental death on Canyon Road. Worse, Julia, is the realization that you, too, will have to pay for the stupidity. Already you can hear Edith hurrying down the stairs. You turn toward the door and stop at the sound of Gregory coming back in through the window, gun in hand. There's still a chance for you, isn't there, Julia? And you're going to take it.
Bruce! Bruce, Bruce! You killed my husband!
Julia!
Mrs. Chandler, what happened? I heard... Oh, it's Mr. Chandler.
He shot him! Gregory shot him from the window!
Stop it, Julia. Stop it! You don't know what you're saying.
He just called the police. He killed him. He killed Bruce.
Why, you little double-crossing. Get out of my way!
He's getting away.
Stop him, Edith! Stop him!
I'll call the police. I'll call the police.
And that's all you can tell us, eh, Mrs. Chandler?
Well, there isn't anything else, Lieutenant. It all happened so fast. Edith, can you think of anything?
No, ma'am. It was just like you told it.
Uh-huh. Shot him from the window, you say? Odd.
He had left through the French doors there. But he wanted to look at the garden.
And you and your husband stayed inside?
That's right. And then Bruce went over to the window, took the glass off.
And Gregory Blaine shot him?
Yes. He fired through without any warning.
Oh, have you any idea why he did this, Mrs. Chandler?
Well, my husband Bruce, he never approved of my studying voice.
Oh.
He didn't say anything at first. But after Mr. Blaine stepped outside, Bruce admitted that he'd seen him in town. Told him never to come out here. Oh, but to kill someone over a thing like that. No, it couldn't.
I don't know, Mrs. Chandler. Some of these musical guys are pretty strange. Well, I'll try to run him down.
And you'll start looking for him right away.
Sure. Start a full-scale manhunt if we have any trouble. Don't worry, Mrs. Chandler. We'll get him sooner or later. Then we'll have all the reasons.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Edith, when you show
Oh,
them...
never mind, Mrs. Chandler. I can find my way. My man in the coroner will take care of everything. Now, you'd better get some rest. You don't look so good.
But there's no rest for you, is there, Julia? Because, as the lieutenant said, when they find Gregory Blaine, they'll have all the reasons why. And suddenly you know that you've got to find Gregory first, Julia. Find him and kill him tonight. You glance at your watch. It's only 10 o'clock, 2 hours before Gregory's boat sails. There's still a chance you'll be at the studio apartment, isn't there, Julia?
Oh, what? Gregory Blaine. That who you want?
Yes. Someone else been looking for him?
Mm-hmm. The police. They was looking for him. Oh, fine lot of sleep I'll get tonight. The police might as well move in here. Oh, but they won't get this one, because he won't be back.
Did he tell you that?
Oh, why, he didn't have to. You see, he moved out, paid his rent, took his trunk and everything.
Did you say where he was going?
No. That's what the police wanted to know, too.
Oh. They don't. They haven't any idea.
Say, do you know where he is?
What? Oh, no, of course not. No. Thank you. Thank you very much.
But you do know, don't you, Julia? And there's still time to reach Gregory before the boat sails. At the steamer docks, you check the sailing, drive down to Pier 29. There's a gay crowd of passengers at the gangplank, surrounded by friends who have come to see them off. You move through them unnoticed and go aboard, timing your movements so you can reach Greg and kill him during the last blast of the ship's whistle.
Oh!
Excuse me. Are you looking for a stateroom 2, lady?
Oh, no, I came down to see a friend. Excuse me.
Me,
please.
too. I've been looking for my friend for the past hour, and I can't find him. Old Charlie Beavis. You wouldn't be looking for old Charlie Beavis, too, would you?
No.
I can't understand it. Charlie promised he'd come down to see me off. Good old Charlie. Gotta have a strong old Charlie before we say anything else. And, say... You're a very pretty girl.
Oh, please.
Oh.
Perhaps he's waiting in your cabin.
Yeah, I thought of that, too. You know something? I can't find my cabin either.
Well, the steward, I'm sure he'll help you.
Sure, yeah, that's a good idea. I gotta find an old Charlie. Say, you would like to have a drink with us, too, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't. Please.
Always nice to have somebody who comes out and say goodbye.
Yes, it is.
Well, I hope you find your friend, lady.
I will. Oh, I've got to find him.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since you're going to be passing a lot of signal service stations during your summer driving, I thought you'd like to know a little more about the organization that brings you the Whistler and the policies it stands for. First of all, Signal products have always been sold only through independently operated stations. The reason? Signal believes that a man who has his own money invested in his own business naturally has more incentive to serve you better. Secondly, because you want top-quality products for your car, every Signal service station is backed by an organization that serves almost 2,000 Signal dealers, with facilities to bring you every latest advance in petroleum science. Do drivers like this combination of Signal's personalized service plus fine-quality Signal products? Well, just consider the facts. From a mere handful of dealers in Southern California, Signal has grown and grown. Until today, Signal stations serve 6 Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico. For extra driving pleasure, extra performance from your car, why don't you, too, join the Switch to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline? And now back to the Whistler.
The gay crowd at the steamer dock was shocked at the news of the killing on board. They hung around the gangplank in little groups, whispering, trying to edge over and talk to the 3 passengers who had witnessed it, and then fell back to make way for the police as they led the suspect ashore and into the office of the dockmaster.
Oh, Lieutenant Skelly.
Oh, yes. What is it, Sergeant?
We picked up that singing teacher, Gregory Blaine. He was going to take the boat, too. Had a gun and a blackjack with him.
Oh, good. Take him down to headquarters. We'll get to him later. Meanwhile, I'm busy with our friend here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're Ralph Ellis.
Yeah.
Sit down, Ralph. And don't try to hold out on us. 3 people saw you kill Julia Chandler. Now, what was it all about?
All right, what's the use? I had an argument with her husband. We're business partners.
Not an argument.
Over her? No, nothing like that. It was about some funds, company funds I'd mishandled. He was going to turn the matter over to the police.
I see.
I was trying to get out of the country, and this was the first boat leaving. When I saw her coming along the deck, well, I figured she was after me, that's all.
And why should Mrs. Chandler be after you?
Because she must have seen me at the window a couple of hours ago when...
When what, Ralph?
When I killed her husband. Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life. Possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Lorene Tuttle and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was written by Bob Gray with music by Wilbur Hatch and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Your Quiet Please story for tonight takes its name from the title of the series, Quiet Please. There are books left, many books, and I suppose I have read them all. I remember things, too. I remember a long white road between the shoulders of the hills and the distant clusters of the live oaks against the uplands beyond, and the wide, light blue of the sky. There was a wind that wandered the edges of the hills that brought the salt smell of the sea so that it mingled with the loamy scent of the grass and made a perfume that I have not smelt in so many years. There was a great plain where the hills fell away in tumbled, rocky magnificence. A plain all cut into green and brown and yellowing squares, and a little stream with bridges of stone that strolled its way across the wide plain and sparkled at last into the distant western ocean. There was life on the hills and on the plains. The field beasts that moved serenely through the pleasant grasses and rested at noon under the shadowed kindness of the green-gray oaks. There were men and cheerful women in the white-walled houses where the road curved, and the children that played noisily and sweetly in the cottage dooryards are long since dust.
Shall I tell you of the graceful beaches where the sound of the surf was a measured, majestic melody we thought would never cease? Shall I speak of the great ships prone upon the breast of the ocean, the ships that are seen no more? Would you hear of the wind-whipped nights and the lightning in the forests and the gentle rain in the dawn time? Would you remember and not forget? I remember. I alone remember. This was a temple. And this a place dedicated to the arts. And there where the waves fed upon the beach, the shattered walls of stone we made remain to mock us. And there where the white road was is a desolation. The winds die down, and the sun wanes, and the moon is sickly. Yet I remember the lights on the hillsides and the stars above them wheeling their ancient way across the sky. There was a day when I could name them all. They seem very far away tonight. Antares and Betelgeuse and Aldebaran, Arcturus and Vega and Procyon. In these days, Orion, the mighty hunter, draws away from us, and the glory of Berenice's hair is dimmed in the heavens. I would welcome the sound of the thunder again on the horizon, but all the manifestations of nature are ended, and only the twilight of eternity remains above the bleakness. I would welcome the voice of a hungry wolf even this night, or the hiss of the serpents that once we hated, that once we trampled upon. I would welcome even the voice of old Krog and listen with delight, and laugh happily to hear him tell again the schemes he dreamed that brought us to this end.
It is true that men cannot live without wars amongst themselves. Why should not we be the ones to win the war? Every man plots against every other, and men speak of honor and laws and fair fighting. But if a war is to be won, then do away with fairness and honor, and let us win and be the masters, and they the slaves.
Yes, I could laugh to hear that voice, and to see those hard black eyes glitter again in the light of the little lamps. I could take old Krog and lift him up and say, look upon your work, old Krog, your work and mine and the work of all of those who could not live without wars. But Krog is dust and may not speak. And for a little time while I live, the dust shall speak its final words to those who would listen. It was a fair world, our world. And I would not have you believe that all who dwelt in it were like old Krog, plotting wars and seeding the countrysides with discontent. We knew love, too, and all the virtues. Some of them we even practiced. I am old now, and my speech is set in somber ways, for I've looked on somber things for long. But there was a time when I was young in this very world, and my speech was the speech of the young of every world, careless, gay, happy. And there was one whose speech was like mine, young and gay, and very dear to me, Morna. There was a night on the shores of a lake when there was music and laughter and light somewhere in the distance, and we sat alone together. And I remember I would speak, but Morna laid a hand on my lips and laughed and spoke.
Quiet.
And for a long time there was only the music, and we watched the stars.
Thor, you love me.
Silly question.
Do you?
What do you think?
Know what I think?
What?
I don't think you love me very much.
You don't?
If you love me, you'd kiss me.
Well, lean over this way.
Why, you conceited creature.
You're the one who wanted to be kissed.
Well, I don't anymore.
All right. Just for that, you're going to get kissed. Come here.
Oh, look out. You're mussing my hair.
Quiet, please.
Oh, you do love me.
I just aren't any words to tell you, Mona.
Oh, my darling.
And the music began again. And we sat silently, and the stars moved above us.
The stars are so beautiful tonight.
They're not all stars.
What? What are they then?
Some of them are planets.
Oh, Marty.
Sure.
Thor, do you suppose there are people in some of the other planets?
Probably.
Earth. That's the nearest one, isn't it?
I think so.
Do you suppose there are people there?
I wouldn't know.
People that look like us and have music and nights like this.
Nobody on Earth could have a night like this.
No, I mean it, Thor. Do you suppose they have houses and automobiles and wonderful stores like ours and they have babies like we do and everything?
And they're probably 80 feet tall and have 6 arms and 16 eyes.
Oh, no, not
And
Thor.
someday they'll come roaring out of space at us in terrific big spaceships and disintegrator guns and death rays.
And we'll say boo at them. And they'll all turn around and go right back where they came from.
Maybe they will. And maybe they won't.
What would we do if they invaded us from Earth, Thor?
Fight?
I hope we're not alive when it happens.
Yeah, so do I.
Or maybe they'd be nice.
Don't kid yourself about that.
I wonder what they call our world.
Why, probably the same thing we do.
Mars?
Well, sure, why not? After all, it is Mars, isn't it? No, we were not 80 feet tall either. We did not have 6 arms or 16 eyes, and we didn't dream of conquering your world either. We were like you. We were human beings, too. And we lived and loved and worked and died. Very much as you do. Look upon your own Earth if you would see us as we were. Stand at your window tonight and look out upon the lights of your fellow beings' homes. Look upon the faces of your sleeping children and see the reflection of ours. Let your mind's eye wander across your oceans, beyond your mountains. See all the lights of the world and its darknesses and the sun rising again beyond. Let your thoughts dwell upon the people of your Earth, and you shall know us as we were. Neither happier nor sadder, neither better nor worse. Old Krog, the prophet of war, muttering away of disaster, might be one of your own. Morna, with her golden hair and her laughing eyes, might be the girl you passed unseeing in the street this afternoon. And the triumphal arch to a long-dead general brooding above a little park in the city where children race and shout might be the one that stood in the city in another world, 100 yards from where I speak to you. And here, no stone remains upon another. Old Krog has said that wars are inevitable. Have you found it so? In the years when I was a reporter for a great newspaper, I sat in his study and heard him speak to us, and through us to all our world.
Is written from the standpoint of the winners of the wars. And thus wars are essential to the progress of the race. Had our enemies won in the last war, then their cause would have proved the just one. And we, by losing, would have been in the wrong. For future events would then have shaped themselves upon the basis of their winning. and the decision would have been irrevocable. Future history would be changed. Our nation's bid for leadership forgotten. And thus it will always be.
Then there was silence in the room for a little time. And at last I spoke. Dr. Krogh, I said. Dr. Krogh.
Well, son?
Dr. Krogh, 50 years ago we fought a war. Were we right?
We won. And by winning, we charted the course of history in the 50 years since. Had they won, the last 50 years might have been very different.
And which is right?
What is right, son? And what is wrong?
And then another war came against another nation, and the ones we had defeated before were alive with us. And old Krogh made notes in a great black book that was one day to be published to all our world. But no man's eyes of his have seen it. But the sands are running out. Let me speak of the things that have perished. Our cities where people worked at 100 occupations. The muddy brown slums of the cities and the great green parks. Go out tomorrow in your own city and set your feet upon the smooth concrete of the sidewalk. See the gleaming windows and marvel at the wonders within them that you men have created. Touch the garment of a passerby and joy to know that this humble thing man has created. And know that I too have done these things. And that I have seen man destroy them. And that I helped. Do you know the good black smell of the mold of the earth in springtime? Will your heart leap at the first green shoots of the bounty that lies in that earth? Have you seen the lilies and heard the bells of your churches? The bells rang in my world once. The flowers bloomed and men laughed and sang and hated. We have run our course, the course we chose, back to the ineffable dust from which we sprang. There was another time when Morna and I had been married for many years, and the war that had raged across our world had at last flickered out and died. We sat long at table that night, silently, each of us dreaming of a world purged by fire and sword, and full again of the promise of peace and perhaps happiness.
I'm glad you didn't have to go, Tom.
I suppose I shouldn't say so. But I am too.
You're not a coward, Tom.
I don't think I am, Morna. But
now we can get started all over again.
Yeah, we need so many things we haven't been able to get.
I can hardly wait to go shopping.
I bet. Well, at least we can afford them.
Some of them. It's just a shame, isn't it?
What?
I hate those people. The things they've done to us. All those boys dead and our cities smashed.
Well, they lost the war, though.
And we killed plenty of them.
Yes, we did.
We should have killed them all.
Quiet, please, dear.
All right. You're always saying that, though, to shut me up.
Well, it helps, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose.
If we could have only said it to them when the war started. Quiet, please. They'd have gone away.
We said it all right, only in a different way.
Yes. They'll be quiet for a long time, some of them. And some of us.
Who's that?
I know a good way to find out.
Well, you go. I've got my apron on.
Well, hello, Thor. Dale. Why, you... Dale, when did you get back?
Just now.
Who is it, Thor?
It's...
Hi, Morna. I'm home.
Dale. Oh, Dale, you walked.
Oh, sure. Hey, don't break my rib.
It's great to see you, boy. Oh, it's what... Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wondered when you were going to pay attention.
Well, I was so glad to see you. I'm sorry.
Well, I want you to meet my wife.
Dale, how wonderful.
Why, you old son of a Ray, this is my sister Morna.
How do you do?
And her husband, my brother-in-law, Tor.
How do you do? Why, you darling. I'm so glad.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so nice to know Dale's people.
Well, come in. Come on.
Come in. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Dale. And Ray.
Go ahead, Ray.
Thank you.
We haven't heard from you for so long, Dale. We were beginning to get worried.
Oh, I was all right. Didn't get a scratch, huh? Say, face looks about the same. Where's old Shep?
He died last summer, Dale.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. He was the greatest dog in the world, Ray.
Well, sit down. Sit down. Have you had supper?
Sure.
Wouldn't you like some coffee, Ray?
Oh, I would love it.
I'll make some fresh.
No, this will be fine.
Oh.
I'm finding it hard to get used to coffee again.
Well, how was the war, Dale?
I got all the war I want.
Oh, the coffee, dear. Thank you, sister. Oh, God.
She hasn't had much coffee the last 7 years.
What? Why, you poor thing. Why not, Dale? Why hasn't she had coffee?
I'd better tell them, dear.
Tell us.
What?
Well, Ray was one of our enemies.
What do you mean by that, Dale?
Was she?
Yes.
Should we go, dear?
Thanks for the coffee, Mona. Tor.
Where are you going, sister?
Mona.
Sit down, sister.
Do you think I'd throw my brand new sister-in-law out of my house? Come on, let's go make some fresh coffee. Lots of it.
And in the early hours of the morning, I was awakened by Morna's sobbing. I put my arm around her.
Oh, that poor child. She actually thought we were going to turn her out. Oh, Dora, how can people think such dreadful thoughts of us? And she's so sweet.
Solve the problem either. Why people can love individually and hate collectively. And the children of Ray and Dale were very dear to me, no different from the other children who played with them in our yard, who went to school with them, who read history with them. I suppose it's only strangers we hate, for Ray was a daughter of the nation we had fought bitterly with. And yet when our friends became acquainted with her, they too grew to love her. And some of those who wept most bitterly at her funeral were the ones who at first had pointed her out as the enemy woman. Well, Krogh said wars are inevitable. Perhaps they are. There has never been a year in all the 1,000 centuries of our recorded history when there has not been a war in some part of our planet. And always history told us men have been striving for a means to end it. A war to end war, they said. A war to end war. They achieved it. They ended everything. Wars had grown more and more destructive. And at last men laid wicked fingers upon secrets that were not for men to know. Men have always pried at the locks that nature has set upon her deepest secrets, seeking the power that was never intended for them. And step by tedious step, they came to the final awful knowledge, to the very corridor of creation and of destruction. Ours was a fair world, I said. There was beauty in everything. Beauty in the mornings and in the red sunsets. Beauty in the long, low hills and the mountains that bore themselves majestically aloof above us. And beauty, too, in the humble things of our world, the simple, unnoticed things that haunt my memory tonight. A turning wheel, flight of a bird. The sound of a train whistle in the night. The rustle of wind in the trees. And, unforgettably, the voices of people. The voice of old Krog.
Now we have the supreme weapon. There is no defense. And the weapon will bring us undisputed mastery of all the planets.
But why should we be masters of the world? Why should any one people be the masters? Is it not written how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity? Men said that, cannot men practice it? And the voice of Morna.
There will never be any more war after this next one, Thor. Every one of our enemies will be destroyed. And we'll live happily ever after.
No, Morna. There never will be war again. There never will be anything again. For now, Morna, men have plotted against the green hillsides and the towering mountains. They have declared war upon the flowers and the grass and the forests. They have made our planet an altar on which to sacrifice us all. And the voice of Dale.
I'll not go to war again. If they bring it to me, I'll fight. But they'll have to bring it to me.
They brought it to you, Dale. They brought it to your very home, to your doorstep, to the gay little blue and white curtains at your windows. And you died before you knew it. And the voice of Ray, the displaced person, the alien in a strange land.
Who is my enemy now? Dale was my enemy once, and you, and Mona. And now you are my own people as surely as if I had been born among you. Who will be my enemy when this new war is done?
You will have no enemy, Ray. For there will be none left to hate or to love. Fortunate for you that you died before the war came. Your last sight was of the faces of those who loved you. And my own voice speaking to you at long last. Remembering the thoughts we had of you, of towering 80-foot giants swarming down upon us out of the cold black reaches of space, seeking to prey upon us and conquer us and at last destroy us. Did you have thoughts of us as demons, too? Did you think because we were another world, we must be monsters ravening for your blood? We were not. We were people like you. Older, perhaps, but with the same instincts you have, the very same. We gloried in the summertime and the white winters. We loved individually and hated collectively as you do. We lived. We fought. We died. Your astronomers have watched us for so many years, speculating on the possibility of life here. Well, there was life. Great cities, wide, peaceful farms, tall dams holding back the might of great rivers, great deserts flowering in the spring with all the dazzling lavishness that can be packed into a brief span of life. We had rivers and oceans and lakes, forests and deep valleys, great monuments to our dead, giant buildings to house our living. We had music and books and great schools and statesmen. Your astronomers tell you of the canals that cover our planet. I saw those canals created. I saw the solid earth splash and boil beneath me. I saw the mountains melt into rivers of molten fiery stone. I saw the great tawny mushrooms of cloud erupt from the floor of the ocean. And I smelt destruction near at hand. Yes, there will be no more wars on our planet. There is only silence and cold and dust that was once a people and a civilization. There is only one man, I, Thor, the last man of Mars, to say the last words. The two moons that circle our planet are rising now. Phobos and Deimos, fear and madness. Death himself marches back to the black draped cavern, and he pauses beside me to lay his icy fingers upon my arm. This is the end of the world and the people that you might have mistaken for your very selves. Honor us at last with your silence at the end. And pray, friends of Earth. Pray not for us, for that is too late. Pray for yourselves. Quiet, please. Series of Quiet Please comes to an end with this broadcast after more than 2 years. We've enjoyed bringing these stories to you. Thanks for your comments. My personal gratitude to my friend and associate Bill Cooper for his writing, counsel, and cooperation. Here he is, Bill Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Thank you, Chappie. Thank you, Bill McClintock. Thank you, Bert Berman. Thank you, Bob Doherty. And thank you, all you people. I hope we'll meet again sometime.
For those interested, the Quiet Please theme is based on the second movement of the César Franck D minor symphony. So for the last time, this is Ernest Chappell saying, quietly yours.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the inner sanctum. Come on in. Well, let me tell you about the loot we picked up in our family. Mother got a new broom. Yeah, she needed it ever since she wrecked the old one on a forced landing on the roof last month. Uncle William got a fur-lined straitjacket. And dear, darling little Aunt Matilda got a new hat pin. Yes, her last one got stuck in the skull of her fourth husband. All right. Turn your lights low and your radio up. And remember that all the actors getting killed on this program are being well paid for it. The winter winds moaned around the gabled house like a wandering band of wailing women. As Caroline Giles, puzzled and frightened by something she's seen in the gathering dusk, makes her way into the living room. This is young Mrs. Giles' first night at the family mansion built by her husband's grandfather. Only this morning the attractive bride arrived after a honeymoon trip in Europe. When she enters the huge, shadow-filled room, she notices the servant girl at the window. She's a young girl, the only other person in the house. And Caroline can see that she's scarcely able to control the terror she feels.
Mary? Yes, ma'am.
What's going on out there?
Nothing. When will Mr. Giles be home?
He should be here within an hour. Why are those cars stopping out there?
Cars, Mrs. Giles?
Oh, really, Mary? You must see them as well as I do. 3 of them stopped within a few minutes. Look, there's another one.
Maybe that's Mr. Giles.
No, the car isn't coming into the driveway. It's stopping outside. Who are these people, Mary?
I don't know.
Why should they stop outside? What did they want?
I don't know.
Oh, Mary. Look,
you don't know. There's no reason to become hysterical.
Mrs. Giles, come away from the window.
But why?
You don't know them. Oh, please come away from the window.
Mary, why? Now...
Oh, I warned you. They're throwing rocks through the window. Get down, Mrs. Giles. Get down on the floor. You'll be hurt.
But Mary...
Oh, please. Mrs. Giles, just pray that they don't come in here. Just pray that they don't.
Wait a minute, Mary. I hear sirens. It's the police.
Oh, the police. Oh, thank heaven. They'll make them go away.
Mrs. Giles, I'm Richard Croydon, the mayor of this town. I'm sorry we had to come here under these circumstances.
How do you do?
This is John Dent, our local chief of police.
Mrs. Giles, I'm very sorry about what happened tonight. The crowd is gone now. I'll do my best to see that it never happens again.
I've also come to offer what apologies I can. Must have been a frightful experience for you on your first day here. Our people may appear civilized enough, but in many ways we're a very primitive community. I suppose your husband told you that?
No, he didn't. But David told me about you, Mr. Croydon. He said you were the oldest friend he has. I believe you live down the road?
Yes, that's right. That's how I happened to see those cars coming, and I phoned Chief Dent.
But why did those cars come, Mr. Croydon?
Why?
Well, yes. Why should those people who hardly know me do a thing like this?
Well, didn't David tell you?
Tell me what?
Where is David now?
He went to town. I expect him in a minute.
Well, perhaps he'll tell you what you want to know when he returns.
Why can't you tell me?
I'm not sure that I care to.
Mr. Dent, perhaps you'll be kind enough to explain this?
Them people weren't after you, ma'am. They were after the man you married.
David? But what?
Dent, if Mr. Giles hasn't told her, I don't think it's your place to do so.
Well, the woman has a right to know. The reason them folks are trying to kill Mr. Giles is because they think he's a murderer. Some call him even worse than that.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Giles, 2 years ago, a series of killings began in this here county. Girls, young girls, 4 of them were found on lonely roads, stabbed to death. Homicidal maniac, that's what the state police officer said.
And my husband...
Well, your husband was arrested for them crimes. He was tried right here, but they let him go. We didn't have enough evidence.
David, can't believe it. Why should they suspect him?
Well, he knew one of them girls, and, he had been sent away, ma'am.
Sent away? What are you talking about?
Well, everyone knowed there was something wrong with him. He had to go to an asylum for a while.
That's quite enough, then. Mrs. Giles, I must tell you this. David was discharged from the rest home, completely cured. It was nothing more than a nervous breakdown. Now, Dent, you have no right to frighten her like this.
I'm not frightened. And I'm very grateful to Mr. Dent for telling me what he did. I just want to know one thing. My husband was acquitted. Why should they still believe he's guilty?
Because since he left town 6 months ago, there ain't been none of these murders. Not a single one. Now that he's back, they'll start again.
That's what you believe, Mr. Dent?
Oh, no, ma'am, but that's what the folks are saying.
Thank you. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone.
Mrs. Giles, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you. There's nothing. Good night, Mr. Croydon.
Good night. Come along, then.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night. Hello? Operator, will you give me the number of the railroad station, please? No. Never mind, operator. Don't bother.
Are you going to leave, Carolyn?
David, you heard?
Yes. And I heard everything else my very old friend, Mr. Dent, told you. I was behind the other door.
Then why didn't you come in?
Why ruin their fun? Besides, I was curious to see just what your reaction would be.
David, why did they have to tell me? Why couldn't you?
You think this was an easy thing to tell to a newly married bride?
I would have found out sooner or later.
I did plan to tell you, Carolyn, in due time. That's why I ordered Mary not to say anything.
Darling, it isn't true. This is all an insane dream, a nightmare.
No, Carolyn, it's not a dream, but in many ways it is a nightmare. Were you going to run away from me, Carolyn? Is that why you phoned the station?
Yes.
Carolyn, if you want to leave me, I can't blame you. I realize it may be asking a little too much of any woman to be my wife and to live here.
Why did you come back here, Dave?
Because I want to prove to them that I'm not what they think I am. And I was hoping you'd help me. I thought maybe you loved me enough for that. Karen, I'm terribly sorry it must end this way.
I'm not going to leave, David.
Carolyn, I hope you understand what you're saying. You may be risking your life by remaining here.
I love you, David. I'll risk it.
I want you to be certain, because in the end I may fail and be put to death. Yes, there are going to be other murders. Don't ask me how I know this, but I'm almost positive that sometime tonight a girl in or near this community will be killed, brutally stabbed to death. I'll have to go out tonight and see if I can prevent it. Do you still want to remain?
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want to know if you really love me or if you said what you did to placate a madman, to quiet a homicidal maniac who may still murder you. Are you going to stay, Carolyn?
Yes. I'm going to stay, David. Mrs. Giles! Mrs. Giles, are you coming here?
I'm coming, Mary.
Mrs. Giles.
There, Mary. Now just try to calm down.
I saw them.
Mary, try to pull yourself together. Tell me what you saw.
There was a man out there. A man moving around.
Are you sure of it, Mary? I don't see anyone.
Well, maybe you can't see him from here, but I saw him from the window of my room.
All right. Let's look out the window of your room.
I don't want you to think I'm seeing things. I'm not the kind of girl who sees things.
I didn't say you were, Mary, but Well, I don't notice anything unusual from your window either.
You don't see anything?
Just the lawn, the tree. Mary, I know we've all been under strain today. I guess we're a little jumpy, aren't we?
I guess so. But I wish Mr. Giles were here. I don't like us two being alone.
I know, Mary, but it can't be helped. Now, come, dear, I think you'd better go back to bed.
But I'm afraid to be alone in here. They can get in through the window.
Then we'll close the shutters. Help me, Mary.
All right, ma'am.
There we are. Outside doors are all closed?
Yes, I locked them myself, but still, this is a very old house. They can get in.
Well, there's a lock on your door that works quite well. You can lock the door from the inside, and then you'll be as safe as you can possibly be.
All right. I'll do that when you go.
Very well, Mary. I'll go back to my room. I'm sure you'll sleep now. Good night.
I hope so. Good night, Mrs. Giles.
Did you lock the door, Mary?
Yes, I just did. I'm turning out the light now. I'm sorry I troubled you, Mrs. Giles.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, she's right. I must be hearing things. Mrs. Giles! There's someone in here! Let go of my hand! Mrs. Giles! He was locked in here with me. Help me, Mrs. Giles! Mary! He's got a knife. I can feel it, a knife. Oh, no, let go of me, please. No. Mary!
Well, friends, this is your host again. You ready to go on with our story of married bliss? I mean bliss. You know, if Caroline had only listened to this program, she'd have realized that it's always a mistake to marry a man who has a weakness for murdering the domestic help. It not only makes house cleaning difficult, but creates a terrible servant problem. That there is one compensation in marrying a homicidal maniac. When you'd call your mate crazy, you'd be so right. Well, let's get on with our story. As you remember, Caroline couldn't break into Mary's room, and now she rushes to the telephone and dials the operator.
Hello? Get me the police. Hurry, please.
There's been a murder.
Hang up, Carolyn. Hang up that phone. What's the matter with you? Why didn't you do as I told you? I don't want the police to know about this until we're ready.
That room. You just came out of Mary's room.
Yes, I saw her.
Saw her? You were in there all the time. You were locked in the room with her. You killed her.
Carolyn.
You murdered her. They're right about you. You murdered her.
Stop it now. I'm sorry I had to do that. Now, you must get a grip on yourself.
Yes, David, I'll be all right. I'm all right now. How did you get into her room?
I heard screams when I parked the car. The window to her room was open and I climbed through. I saw her on the bed and then I unlocked the door and came in here.
You found the window open? But I locked it myself. I bolted the shutters.
Well, it's open now. When did you bolt the window?
A little while ago. The murderer must have been in the room hiding. But she locked herself in.
I guess he escaped through the window.
Yes. Perhaps that's what happened.
You still think I killed her?
I don't know what to think anymore. The way you came from her room.
I explained that.
Yes, I suppose you did.
Carolyn, now listen to me. If I killed her, do you think I'd be talking to you now? Here, look.
Son.
If I'd murdered Mary, the next step would be to kill you. And you see how easy it is for me to do it. Now, Carolyn, you believed in me before. I'm asking you to believe in me again. I don't want the police to know I left this house tonight. Dent's like the rest of them. He hates me. He'd be glad to accuse me of this crime. Now, Carolyn, I want you to say I was home all night, will you?
And if I don't?
I've got this gun, Carolyn. If you let me down, nothing much will matter then. Now, that might be the police, Carolyn. I'm going to open the door.
Good evening, Mr. Giles.
Good evening, Dent.
You got here quickly. Maybe that's because I was kind of expecting to come.
Oh, have you been watching my house?
I ain't saying. When I got that radio call, I didn't lose any time. Well, Mrs. Giles, you phoned in something about a murder?
Yes, our girl, Mary, she's in there.
Mr. Giles?
Are you accusing me of this too, Dent?
It's mighty funny, right here in your own home.
This time I can easily prove that I had nothing to do with it. My wife and I were together all night.
Yes, is this right, Mrs. Giles?
That's right, Mr. Dent.
Hello, David. Richard. Come in. I understand that Dent questioned you again this morning. Yes, but he didn't get anywhere. I think even he's beginning to get the idea that I'm not a murderer. I see. Oh, Carolyn, dear.
Oh, hello there. David, why didn't you warn me your friend was coming tonight?
Well, I phoned Richard only a few minutes ago. You see, Carolyn, I have to go out.
Go out?
Yeah. I didn't want to leave you alone after everything that's happened.
I know, but... Well, couldn't we come with you, David?
No, I'm afraid not.
Why not?
Well, it might be dangerous.
David, where are you going?
I'm sorry, dear, but I can't tell you. It won't be a long trip. It's only about 20 miles or so. That's all the information I can give you.
Has this something to do with these murders?
Perhaps. Now, David, I wouldn't advise you to take matters into your own hands. I'm afraid I have to, Richard. You see, the police haven't gotten very far, and my life is at stake.
Your life?
Isn't it obvious? The people are stirred up about these crimes. Who can tell when one of them may take it into his head to murder me? It's becoming a matter of the killer's life or my own. Furthermore, there's another reason why I must solve this. A reason I can't divulge right now.
Why not?
Darling, please don't ask me. I think that after tonight, all this will be over. Bye, Richard. Goodbye, Carolyn.
Bye. Richard?
Yes?
What did he mean by another reason?
Well, Carolyn, if he's right about the murderer, then the next logical victim will be a girl, an attractive girl who's very close to him, so that people will suspect him even more. And the most likely person is yourself.
how long he'd stay away, Richard?
No, he didn't. Shall I deal another round? Oh, that must be David.
Hello? David, are you all right, darling? Well, when will you be home? All right, I'll tell Richard. Goodbye. David's on his way home. He'll be here in an hour.
Where did he call from?
Town called Waverly. He says he knows who the killer is.
That's impossible.
How do you know?
Because if he knew, he'd never have made that call.
I don't understand.
It was a perfect signal to the murderer.
Murderer?
It told him that he was safe. That he had all the time he needs. The full hour.
Richard. You...
Please. I must warn you not to do anything foolish. It will only make matters worse for yourself.
What do you have in your hand?
A knife. You see, I simply press this button, and it snaps open. Try to control yourself, Carolyn. Don't try to fight the inevitable. Take my advice and submit to what will come. It will be less painful. You see how futile it is to struggle. I have the knife at your throat now. I have only to move my arm, and it's all over.
Why don't you? Why are you waiting?
There's no rush. For once, I have a little time.
Time?
Time seems to extend the experience. I must warn you not to scream. The moment you do, it will all come to an end, suddenly, violently. Screams are dangerous. One can never tell who hears them.
Take the knife away.
No.
Please.
Fear seems to do something to your features, Carolyn. You look extraordinarily beautiful. And I must compliment you on your self-control. You still haven't even raised your voice.
You can't get away with this, Richard. David will come home and find you.
That's not quite how it will happen. David will come home and find you. I shall have the rare pleasure of seeing his reaction. And then it will be his turn.
You're going to kill him?
Yes, it will be a new experience. I've never murdered a man before.
If that possibly work, you'll be caught.
I plan to be. But I shall plead self-defense. Everyone will believe me because I'll tell them he murdered you. It's very difficult not to scream, isn't it, Carolyn?
They won't believe you. They'll never believe you.
Oh, yes, they will. My police commissioner hates David because he was freed after Dent arrested him. And his position also depends upon me. Oh, I admire you, Carolyn. None of the others held out this long. You must almost be insane with fear and terror, aren't you? And yet...
I won't scream, Richard. I won't.
In the end, you will.
I won't.
You must.
I won't.
You really are extraordinary, Carolyn.
I won't.
Carolyn.
I don't understand. You were here?
Almost all evening. I phoned from a neighbor's house to make him force his hand. I got back just in time.
Still alive?
Yes. Richard. David, did you know? You couldn't have been that clever. I suspected you, Richard, but I wasn't certain till tonight. It was a trap. And Carolyn the bait. All a trick. I'm afraid that's what it was, Richard. Why did you make them think it was me?
Why? Because you were a Giles. Always a little too clever. Never quite one of us. But you'll die for this, David. You'll be blamed for this and the other murders. I've left letters accusing you of the crimes. And Dent will believe them. Even over your wife's testimony. You'll die for this. They'll kill you. He's dead.
David, is it true what he said about the letters?
Probably. Dent will never believe me.
Good evening, Mr. Giles.
Dent.
Yeah. Been out there all night. When I heard the shots, I came running in. So you killed him.
Yes, but I had to, Dent. He was going to murder my wife.
That's true. He's the homicidal maniac you've been looking for. You've got to believe that, Mr. Dent.
Of course I believe it, ma'am. I've been suspecting him for a long time. Ever since he spread them stories to folks about Mr. Giles. And I heard what he said before he died. You've got nothing to fear now, Mrs. Giles. You and your husband can live here and we'll be proud to have you. And some folks will be mighty ashamed about what they've been saying and doing. And I reckon I'd better call in, get them to take this man away.
I bet you thought David was crazy, but he fooled you, didn't he? As the squirrel said to the walnut tree, you're still not as nutty as people. And that brings us to the moral of this story, which is taken from a retired witch who once said,
"Why slice your husband's head off when it's so easy to nag him to death?"
Oh, here's a little thought to take to bed. Never murder your enemies, because then you'll have no one to hate but yourself.
Inner Sanctum has been brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Convoy.
Weary days. Hot. And 9 days. Not a sign of another boat. Another human. Oh, look. Minutes. 9 days. Open boat. I can't believe yet that it's 1934. 9 days ago, I thought I'd get a scoop. How well I remember. I talked Winston Everly into going with me, using his private yacht far out into the Atlantic, where things were happening. Together we defied precautions, offered ourselves as bait for some unseen devil beneath the waters of the Eastern Sea. And that was 9 days ago.
Well, I've been on deck an hour. There's nothing. I told you it was useless, didn't I? I'm still not convinced that it is. Something has happened to those 3 missing ships. Certainly something has happened to them. They simply sank, that's all. But it isn't all. It's plain nonsense. Thinking those 3 boats went down with all hands on board with not a clue to their disappearance. Besides, what about their radios? Not a distress signal was picked up. All 3 cases. I know, but that's still not a sign something unusual has happened. Well, just use your head, man. This is 1934. Boats just don't go down in the Atlantic without someone somewhere knowing about it. These 3 certainly did. Just disappeared into nothingness without leaving a trace. And I still say something went wrong in each case that can be explained in a natural, normal manner. And I say that you don't know what you're talking about. Well, don't be so violent in what you have to say.
After all, I've gone this far with you. I might as well see it through.
I'm sorry. Just anxious, that's all.
Yes. So am I. There's no sense biting each other's heads off. We may need them before we're through with this.
I've set the automatic pilot. All's clear.
Good. I'll go up on deck and have a turn at the wheel after a bit. Game of rummy?
Oh, I don't think so, thanks.
Poker?
No, thanks.
Got a cigarette?
Yes, somewhere. That last ship, the SS Clara Anna, went down just about where we are now. The other two somewhere in this vicinity. Oh, here's a smoke.
Thanks. Why do you say the ships went down in this vicinity, Adams? No one knows where they went down.
What I mean is they were last heard from within a vicinity of, 50-mile radius here, all of them.
I admit it would be a strange coincidence for all three of them to disappear in such a small area, but, stranger things than that have happened at sea.
It's not a coincidence. Something has happened to those boats which none of us can explain. Something that isn't ordinary.
Mr. Everly.
Oh, what's that?
Brown in the radio room on the talkback system.
Mr. Everly.
Hand me that microphone, will you, Adams?
Sure, here.
Yes, Brown?
Just got a report that all passengers on those three remaining ships have been reported safe.
You mean the boats have been found?
No, sir. The passengers from all three ships were set adrift in the lifeboats.
Well, what's happened to them?
Well, none of them seem to know. They're all in perfect health, though. But they're all in a stupefied condition, as though they've been drugged.
That's strange. Any further news?
No, sir, none. I just picked it up from a news broadcast from the States.
Thanks, Brown.
Now, what do you think, Epperly?
Strange. All hands from all three ships set adrift in the lifeboats, and none of them knowing what happened to them.
And all of them in a drug condition.
That doesn't make sense. No one could drug 3 boatloads of passengers.
Through the drinking water?
Half of them don't drink water when they're aboard.
Still, they were drugged.
But how, man? How?
That's another mystery I'd like to clear up.
Then perhaps you can.
What? I say.
Where did you come from? Who are you?
My name is Siegfried.
How did you get on board?
Where did you come from?
One question at a time, if you please. I came on board in the same manner I boarded the other boats lately.
The others?
The 3 others.
You're responsible for what happened to those boats?
Yes, I am.
But how? Why?
I needed them for my own purposes.
You destroyed them?
I sent them to the bottom of the Atlantic.
I repeat, you destroyed them?
Quite the contrary. I used them to a very good advantage.
What do you mean?
Would you like to know?
I certainly would.
Then I shall be glad to show you if you wish. It will entail a trip to the bottom of the sea.
You're talking like a madman.
Am I? I regret you think so. Because I assure you I am by no means demented in the slightest degree.
Those people set adrift in the lifeboats, apparently drugged. What happened to them?
It's naturally best that they do not know what happened to them. They were not harmed. They were carefully guarded against danger. And no harm shall come to them.
But the boats?
The cost of the boats and the inconveniences which naturally arise to their loss have all been taken care of. And each passenger has been repaid 10 times for everything he was forced to leave behind when placed in the lifeboat.
I don't understand all this. Who are you, anyway?
I shall tell you soon. But now we must make haste. Time is most valuable.
What are you going to do?
You told me you wished to see what I did with the 3 boats. I'm ready to grant your wishes and to take you to the depths of the Atlantic.
But,
You see, I need your boat.
My boat?
Yes. I've come to take it. I welcome you to go along with me, if you wish.
But where? What are you going to do with the boat?
I've already told you I need it. Together with the others, I have use for it. At the bottom of the sea.
That's perfectly ridiculous. No one has need for a boat down there.
I have.
How do you propose to take us there?
I cannot tell you that. You will merely do as I say. I will take you down beneath the surface safely. And I will return you safely.
How can we be certain of that?
I have given my word. You will find that the word of Siegfried always has been kept. Down through the ages, the centuries.
Centuries?
Hundreds of thousands of centuries.
Do you mean that you're actually a creature from the bottom of the sea?
I'm a man like you. I'm not a creature. Here, drink this.
What's that?
Merely what I gave the others. It's quite harmless.
I don't want it. Take it away.
I assure you that if you don't consume the potion of your own will, I have the means of seeing to it that you do.
Better do what he says, Everly. Here. I'll take the first draft.
You're a wise man, Mr. Adams.
Oh. You know my name.
I know everything. Now the potion.
As agreed. All right.
Now, Mr. Eberly, your radio man and mechanic have already been set adrift. They will arrive safely ashore within a few days. None the worse for their experience. Mr. Eberly?
No. No, I won't take it. Take it away. Get away from me.
Too late to change your mind now. You will drink all of this.
No, I don't want it.
I give you one more opportunity.
No, I refuse. I'm no fool. I won't take it.
Very well, then, Mr. Eberly. There.
What have you done to her?
I told you I had the means of compelling you to take the mixture. Now it's well with both you and Mr. Adams. I shall take your boat and the two of you along with it. Are you quite all right now, Mr. Adams?
Yes. Yes, I guess so. Where are we?
Where I promised to take you. At the bottom of the Atlantic.
It's so strange here. Light. Like the light above. This is almost like the place up there. Surely you're jesting. This is no spot beneath the sea.
Oh, but I assure you it is, definitely. Your stubborn companion is about to rejoin us.
What's happened?
Oh,
Adams, are you all right?
Yes, he's quite all right. And you, sir?
What in the world did you do to us?
I gave both of you an ancient formula, one which induces your spirit to leave your body momentarily. Then I brought you here and permitted your spirits to return again.
But where are we?
You are 50,000 leagues beneath the sea.
Why, we can't be.
So your companion thought, Mr. Heatherley. You're both mistaken.
There's no water, no seaweed, no sign of underwater creatures.
No, indeed. That's because you've been brought not to just an ordinary place.
What do you mean? What place is this?
This is the ancient continent of Atlantis.
Atlantis, you say?
I've never heard of the place.
That's because you're not a student. Your friend Mr. Adams seems to know quite a bit about it.
Yes. An ancient continent, once located in the Atlantic Ocean. Thousands upon thousands of years ago.
And which disappeared beneath the surface of the Atlantic.
But that sinking of the continent began more than 1 million years ago, according to our scientists.
And so it did. Slowly, over thousands of years, Atlantis began to decline, to be claimed by the waters, and new lands began to rise. South America, your continent, they had no existence in the days of Atlantis. And far to the west lay the mighty land of Mu.
But what about you?
Well, finally, after hundreds of thousands of years, all of Atlantis had been consumed by the hungry waters, except the island of Poseidonis, so named after the god of the sea.
Yes, I know that. Poseidonis was destroyed by volcanic eruption.
Not destroyed entirely, but the volcano's disturbance sent our land far beneath the sea, and that was 9,000 years before the death of Plato.
11,000 years ago.
Yes, roughly speaking.
But you say this land of yours wasn't actually destroyed.
No. There were in our land wise men from Greece, and together with our wise ones, They foresaw the volcanic disturbance and the seeking of Poseidonis.
Yes. This is the ancient island of Poseidonis. Last home of mighty Atlantis.
Yes.
And you have existed here all this time.
There is no time here. No death. Only life.
Amazing.
Now we are fighting to preserve our life, our civilization. After these 11,000 years, our existence is threatened by the vicious waters.
What do you mean?
I mean, we suddenly found ourselves without sufficient materials to keep our underwater fortress safe against the water's destruction.
Wait a minute. Now I'm beginning to understand.
We needed metal, and lots of it, to use for reinforcing the portions of our continent which was threatened by the water.
And that's where the 3 ships went, and Eberle's yacht.
That's correct, Mr. Adams. In our desperation, I saw no other solution. I chose the boats containing the most metal, went aboard, and saw to the complete safety of the passengers. And then our men brought the ships down here to be dismantled and to salvage the metal. Here, I will show you.
A sliding panel there. Half of the room sliding away.
You see out there? The men of Atlantis putting the final touches upon the patchwork that will make our fortress secure for hundreds of years to come, thanks to the metal from your continent.
Why, this place is just as modern and advanced as our civilization.
You will find in many instances that it's more advanced. Now I will show you that we are as honest and as upright as any other people of the world. This is the treasure room of Atlantis.
Harvey, look! Jewels, gold and silver, treasures of every sort here.
The room is completely filled with valuable treasures.
Each passenger on those boats we confiscated received a portion from our treasure room, enough to more than repay him for whatever loss he suffered. And the boat owners were paid double the value of their vessels. When you return to the surface above, you will be given a portion likewise in payment for your yacht, Mr. Eberle.
I've never seen quite so many valuables together in one place in all my life.
Oh, come now. I've shown you the explanation of what has been happening. It's time we refresh ourselves, and time you were preparing for your return journey.
I knew I could find my way back to this vault. Just look at the treasure hidden here. Chest upon chest of beautiful jewels. Necklaces of pearl. Beads of precious jade. Loose gems and some set in the finest gold. And over there, bar upon bar of gold and silver, and some strange metal here I've never seen before. 100,000 fortunes hidden here, where no one will ever use them. The door, the light. Emily, are you in there?
Adams?
Yeah, I've been looking for you. Is there any light in here?
Yes, just a second.
Close that door. What are you doing in this treasure room?
That fellow who calls himself Siegfried says we'll leave here soon, and I'm taking some of this treasure with me.
But he said you were to have a portion of it.
Yes, in pay.
Listen up with you.
I'm taking some he won't know about.
But you can't. It's not right.
What difference does it make? No one will use this stuff. Might as well take some of it where it's as gems as I can. I know I have the 11,000 years. He's about in his 11,000th childhood, I'd say. Here, hold these diamonds.
But I don't want any part of this.
I'll take care of getting them away from here.
Eberle, I advise you not to do this. Listen,
You. You could not conquer the worldly desire to steal our treasures.
You'll never use them.
Nonetheless, they still belong to us.
Why not let us take them where they'll do us some good? They're useless laying here.
I had intended to give each of you enough of the treasure to make you wealthy me from doing so.
Look here, Siegfried.
Those are loves to Adams, known better than 10,000 years ago in vice. Till the same greed and sin and iniquities included all evil. And so I gladly send you back where to pay for your... You get nothing. Or you reach the safe of torture.
Days adrift. Unweary days. Big sun. More food. Unconscious from the bottom of the... Moving. Lifting his head. Heavily.
Oh.
Heavily, man. Heavily.
Still...
Steady, man.
Oh, will this never end? Will torture never end?
Easy, man. Take it easy.
A month? 10 years?
Only 9 days.
9 days. Only 9 days. I can't stand it, Harvey. I can't stand it any longer.
Save your strength, man.
I'm going mad. I can't stand it. There in the bottom of the boat. The chest of treasure in payment for my yacht.
Emily! Emily!
What good will it do now? We'll be dead when we reach shore. Oh, we'll be dead.
Steady.
But nobody else will get it.
What are you going to do?
There won't be left here for anybody else. I'll see to it that no one else gets his hands on it.
Emily!
He cheated us out of the rest of that treasure.
Emily, don't jump!
No one else will get this.
Emily!
I'll take
Emily! Dark fantasy.
You have heard Convoy for Atlantis, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY and based upon an idea suggested by Ken Wright. Ben Morris was Harvey Adams, Murilo Schofield took the part of Winston Eberly, and Garland Moss was Siegfried, ruler of Atlantis. Next Friday, Dark Fantasy will be heard over most of these stations 25 minutes earlier. Listen for The Thing from the Darkness from Oklahoma City.
Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Grace Coppin and Carl Swenson in Till Death Do Us Part.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we witness the curious drama of an overpowering love that even death could not shake. A story that I call Till Death Do Us Part. It's late at night, and Chris Werby, a successful young businessman, is dreaming about his beautiful and affectionate wife, Vivian. But it doesn't seem to be a pleasant dream.
Oh, please, Vivian, leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Why do you insist on waiting on me hand and foot? I can't stand it, I tell you. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Chris, darling, you really must wear your muffler today. It's quite chilly.
Really, Vivian, I don't need it. I do very well.
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Vivian, this is the 5th time you've called me this morning.
But, darling, you had a headache. I just wanted to make sure you're all right.
I'm all right. I'm fine, but please don't call again.
Oh, Chris, your wife's waiting in your office for you.
Darling, I brought your vitamin pills. You forgot to take them this morning.
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Oh, Chris, Vivian's waiting in the office.
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Chris, darling. Chris, darling.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Chris, darling. Chris, darling, wake up. You're having a nightmare.
Oh, another nightmare. It was so real, so vivid.
Shall I call Dr. Williams, Chris? These nightmares you've been having worry me.
No, I don't need it, Doctor.
Then let me get you some hot milk to make you sleep, darling. I'm worried about you.
I don't want anything except to be left alone.
Why, Chris, I just want to help you.
I don't want help. I just want some peace. Vivian, we can't go on like this. You're smothering me. You won't let me live my own life. I want a divorce.
A divorce? Oh, Chris, you're being silly. You know you don't mean that.
I do mean it. If you won't divorce me, then I'm leaving you. In the morning for good.
Chris, you can't be serious about this.
I'm deadly serious, Martin. I'm leaving the business in your hands, and I am clearing out. May be gone for 6 months, a year. Maybe I'll never come back.
But why, Chris, why?
Why? Because I am drowning in an ocean of love and attention, that's why. You know Vivian. She won't divorce me, so I'm clearing out.
But where will you go?
I don't know. I'll get on a train, get off someplace, buy another ticket, ride a while longer, end up someplace where no one can find me. Not even Vivian.
Well, Chris, if you... Oh, excuse me.
Yes?
Mrs. Werby is here to see Mr. Werby, Mr. Martin.
Oh. Ask her to wait.
Yes, sir.
She mustn't see me. Stall her off, Martin. Now I'm leaving by the back way, and for heaven's sake, after I'm gone, convince her I mean it. I'm not coming back.
So, Chris Werby fled from the wife who loved him so much that her love was worse than hate. He went from one city to another, crossing and recrossing his own tracks like a hunted animal. 3 months later, he found himself in Portland, Oregon. In his room at a leading hotel, he drew a long breath of freedom and picked up the telephone.
Oh, room service, please. Room service? Please send up the waiter. Thank you. Oh, so I think I'll stay. New York, 3,000 miles away. That ought to be far enough to give me a chance to start a new life without... Oh, that's fast service. Just a moment. Come in and, Vivian!
Hello, Chris, darling.
No, it can't be you.
Well, of course it's me, Chris. Who else would it be?
But I didn't even know I was coming here myself. How did you follow me?
Chris, darling, I've only been a little way behind you ever since you left. Don't you understand? There's a bond between us. A bond of love nothing can break. It would lead me to you, even if you traveled to the other side of the world.
What do you want?
Darling, haven't you had enough of traveling? I want you to come back with me. I've made reservations on the evening plane.
No, I'm not going back with you.
Then I'll just have to stay here with you, Chris. Oh, darling, if you'll be reasonable, so will I. If you'll come back, I'll promise that everything will be different. I won't bother you anymore. Truly, I won't.
I could only believe that.
But it's true, Chris. You'll see. Everything is going to be different. Please.
All right, Vivian. I'll try. Just once more. Gentlemen, this will acknowledge your order of the 25th and advise you that...
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby?
Oh, all right. Put her on.
Hello, darling. I just wondered what you'd like for dinner tonight.
Vivian, you mustn't bother me with such things. I don't care what we have for dinner tonight. This is the 4th time you've called me this morning. No,
Chris, darling, what is it? Another nightmare.
Yes, another nightmare. All day and all night, one long nightmare. You promised you'd change, that you'd stop hounding me, let me alone. And you haven't.
But, darling, I love you. I just want to do things for you.
Vivian, I warn you. I only came back to see how it would work. If it doesn't stop, I will leave you again. I swear it.
Then I'll just have to follow you again, Chris. No matter where you go, I'll know. Remember, darling, the minister said, "Till death do us part."
Till death do us part. Yes, I remember.
What, Chris?
I was just thinking. Perhaps I need a vacation. How would you like to run up to Maine for a few days? We could try the deep sea fishing. Just the two of us.
Oh, I'd love it, dear. Just the two of us. Oh, it sounds wonderful.
So a desperate idea was born in Chris's mind. There was only one way out of the nightmare Vivian's love was making of his life. Only one way. He decided to take it. A few days later, he and Vivian were out fishing far from land when somehow the boat caught fire. They found themselves struggling for life in the icy water.
Chris, why doesn't someone come? We've been in the water for hours.
No, Vivian, only about 20 minutes.
Oh, it seems much longer. I'm such a bad swimmer. Help me, Chris. I'm all out of breath.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vivian. You clung to me for the last time. You're on your own now.
What do you mean?
I can swim for hours. When help does come, they'll only find me, not you.
Chris! You don't know what you're saying.
I tried to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. And I ran away. You followed me. It's the only way that I'll ever be free of you.
You can't do this, Chris. I love you.
Grabbing me around the neck isn't going to help you.
No! You can't drown me. I won't let you go. I won't.
Yes, you will. Goodbye, Vivian.
Thank me. Don't let me drown.
This is the end. Do you hear? I'm free.
I'll never leave you. I love you, Chris. I'll come back to you.
She's gone. I'm free. Free. Come in. Oh, yes, Martin.
Excuse me, Chris, but there's Miss Ballin to see you. Says she's an old friend of yours.
Ann Ballin. Well, I should say she is. We were engaged once. Show her in, Martin.
Sure, Chris. In here, Miss Ballin.
Thank you.
Ann.
Hello, Chris.
Gosh, Ann, it's wonderful to see you again. Why, it's been at least 4 years since...
5 years, Chris. 5 years, 3 months, and 4 days since you left Owensville.
5 years.
Mm-hmm.
A lot's happened.
Chris, I just learned that you lost Vivian 6 months ago. I want you to know how sorry I am.
Thank you. How long are you in town for?
Oh, I'll have you know I'm now a resident of this fair metropolis. I have a job here as of yesterday.
Anne, that's wonderful. You may not know it, but you're going to see a good deal of me.
And Chris and Ann Ballin did see a lot of each other. They picked up the romance that had been interrupted 5 years before when Chris first met Vivian. And 3 months later, they were married. With Anne, Chris was as happy as he'd been unhappy with Vivian.
Oh, Chris, it's a lovely present. But you shouldn't have been so extravagant.
Well, this is our first anniversary, isn't it?
What?
We've been married a whole month.
Oh, my, a month. So we have our time flying. Yes, darling. Are you glad I looked you up in such a shameless way? I did it on purpose, you know. I was determined to have you back at last.
It was a wonderful idea, darling. I don't know why I didn't think about it first.
5 years ago, I'd have been too modest. But you see, I learned something from Vivian.
Let's not talk about Vivian, dear. She was... Well, let's not talk about it.
You know, you sometimes call me Vivian.
Mm-hmm. Good Lord, it's just a habit, I suppose. I never think of her anymore, Anne. I swear it.
Oh, Chris, a message came for you.
A message?
Yes, from a fellow named Sidney Rand. Said he was from your hometown, was here for the day. He'd like you to meet him at the Murray Hill bar after work for a drink if you can make it.
Sidney Rand. Of course I can make it.
Well, this is like old times, Chris. Have another, huh?
Yes, sure thing, Sidney. Bartender, 2 more of the same. Well, now tell me some more about the folks back in Ormville, Sidney. How's Sam Morris?
Sam? Mm-hmm. Oh, he's married now, got 3 kids. Jeff Layton married Margie Lewis about a year ago. I suppose you heard about Ann Ballin.
What can you tell me about Ann that I don't know already?
I guess this will come as a shock to you, Chris, knowing how fond you used to be of her. But Ann died last month.
What? What did you say?
Ann Ballin. She died a month ago.
But that's impossible. Sidney, you're wrong.
Gosh, Chris, I wouldn't joke about such a thing. I was at the funeral myself with Sam Morris.
But that couldn't be.
That's true, Chris. They never did find out what she died from.
It couldn't be. It couldn't be.
Chris, where are you going? Hey, what's the matter with you? Chris, come back.
Ann, where are you? Ann, answer me. She's not here. She's not in the house. Looks as if she hadn't been here all day. Maybe she hasn't been here at all. Maybe I
wouldn't joke about such a thing, Chris. I was at the funeral myself with Sam Morris.
Sam Morris. Yes, that's it. Operator, I want to put through a long-distance call to Owensville, Pennsylvania, to Mr. Samuel Morris. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, is Sam Morris there?
Oh, I'm sorry. He's out. This is his mother speaking. Can I help you?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morris. This is Chris Werby. You remember me.
Why, yes, of course, Chris. How are you?
Fine. I want to ask something. How is Ann Ballin?
Ann Ballin?
Yeah. How is she?
Why, Chris, Ann died last month.
Ann died last month?
Yes, very unexpectedly.
You sure? It couldn't have been somebody else?
Oh, no. We all attended the funeral, Chris. And we saw her in the coffin at the church just before the services.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No. I don't believe it. She's alive. We're married. I gotta go see her. I got to go see her body for myself.
Mister, you must be crazy. Getting me out of bed at 2 a.m. Look up the cemetery record.
I'm sorry, Mr. Andrews, but you're the caretaker of West Creek Cemetery, and I've got to know if a girl named Ann Ballin is buried here.
I know, that's what you said. Why do you have to know at 2 a.m? If she's buried here, she'll wait.
I tell you, I've got to know now. I'll give you $20 to look it up for me.
$20?
Yeah.
I have to see it first. Seems to me you're a little touched in the head about the whole
Here you are. Now get out that record book.
All right, mister. I keep it right here handy. Never had to look at it at 2 a.m. before, though. What'd you say the name is?
Ballin. Ann Ballin.
Let me see. B.B. Here we are. First name in the beast. Ballin, George, Martha, Ann. Ann Ballin.
Are you certain?
Here it is, right down in black and white. Interred October 16, 1948. Section 15, Plot 5.
It can't be.
Did you say, mister?
I must see that grave. Opened.
Well, you'd have to get a court order for that, mister.
I want it open now. Tonight.
What? Say, I don't know who you are, but you better get out of here.
I'll give you $200 to open that grave.
You must be crazy. That's against the law.
$500. Nobody needs to know.
$500?
Yes.
You got it with you?
Right here. See? Now that is all yours. If I can see whose body is buried in Ann Ballin's grave.
Well, I shouldn't do it, but won't do no harm, I reckon. Won't bother her any, that's sure. So give me the money, mister, and come on. Listen to that dog. He knows what we're doing. We should be doing this, mister. The dead shouldn't be disturbed. Rest in peace, that's what the minister always says.
Rest in peace till death do us part. Let's see who's inside that coffin, because Ann is not there. I know she is.
All right, mister. I'll lift the lid now.
I can't see anything. The shadows are so deep.
I'll shine my light in. But be prepared now. But there ain't nobody in that coffin. It's empty.
Empty. Yes, it's empty. I knew Ann couldn't be buried here. I knew she couldn't, because a month ago I married her. Ann! Ann, where are you?
Yes, Chris. Chris, here I am. Darling, where have you been all night? I've been so worried about you.
Oh, Ann, it's so good to feel you in my arms again.
Oh, dear, you act as though you never expected to see me again.
There was a moment when I thought I wouldn't. I thought... I don't know what I thought.
Chris, what happened?
I've been so mixed up. You remember Sidney Rand, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Last evening I had a drink with him, and he started telling me all the news of Owensville.
Hmm?
Then he told me that you'd been dead for a month.
That I'd been dead for a month?
Yeah. And then when I got home, you weren't here, and I thought... I don't know what I thought.
Well, darling, it was only because I ran out of gas that I wasn't here when you got home.
I should have known it was something like that, but then, see, I phoned Sam Morris in Owensville, and his mother said the same thing, that she'd gone to your funeral a month ago. So I drove straight up to Owensville.
Chris, you didn't.
I'm afraid I did. I went to the cemetery where your family's buried, and there I found a grave. Yours.
My grave?
Yeah. The tombstone said, Ann Ballin, November 15th, 1922, October 14th, 1948. I couldn't believe my eyes.
What did you do then, Chris?
I paid the caretaker to help me dig up the coffin. And when we opened it, we found it empty. Ann, what is it? Why are you laughing like that? Ann!
Chris, Ann Ballin is dead.
Ann Ballin is dead? Ann, what's wrong with you? You're Ann Ballin.
I'm not, Chris. Look deeply into my eyes. Don't you recognize me?
Recognize you?
Yes. I'm not Anne. They were right. She's dead. Don't you know who I am now, darling? Do you remember that day in the ocean? I told you I'd never leave you, that I'd come back to you.
Vivian. No. You can't have come back. Your face, your eyes. You're Anne.
Only outwardly, Chris. Close your eyes. Listen to my voice. Now you recognize me. Don't you, darling?
Vivian. You are Vivian.
Yes, Chris. Vivian in Anne's body. Because mine was lost at sea.
You can't be.
But I am, darling. Nothing can ever separate us. I love you too much. I couldn't come back to you in my own body. So I stole Anne's.
You stole Anne's body?
Yes, Chris. I drove her out of it. They thought she was dead. Before she was buried, I took her body. I escaped and closed the coffin so no one would know. Then I came to you. Oh, darling, now we can be together again as we were before. And I don't have to pretend to be Anne any longer. We'll be together forever.
Together? Forever?
Yes, forever, Chris. Nothing will ever separate us again. Not even death.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Poor Chris. He'd have been so much happier if Vivian had only hated him instead of loving him. There's nothing he can do about it now. Everyone tells him he's so lucky to have a wife who loves him so much. And then they wonder why he gets violent. At once I knew another man who... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. Here's an announcement of interest to listeners to this program. Mysterious Traveler comic books are now available at newsstands everywhere. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the world's largest network serving more than 500 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
We hope you enjoyed this program from RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Mind you, I'd have knowed naught of all this I'm telling you if it hadn't have been for Billy Peddler, who was coming home from market and heard the goings on. He got off his horse and went to take a peep through the window, and he seen Hyde fair tear the ring from off her hand.
I was wondering how you knew so much.
There ain't much as Mrs. Me, sir, I can tell you that.
So it seems.
Speaking of finger rings, that be a right queer one you're wearing now. If you'll excuse me for remarking on it.
Yes, yes, it is rather unusual.
It belonged to my father.
Oh, did it now? I had a thought run through my head when I seen it, but I must have been mistaken.
Why, what did you think?
Well, Billy Peddler told me about the ring that Hyde took off the Widow Cole's hand. He'd seen her wearing it afore, you know, and I'd have sworn it was the same as you be wearing now.
Yes, you're quite right. Hyde did wear it. I'd lent it to him for a while.
Oh, and he were a friend of yours?
Well, not exactly a friend, but I had a good deal to do with him. In a way, I was responsible for him. That's why I've come down here now to try and see what can be done to make up for what he did.
It'll take more than the power of mortal man to undo what Hyde did.
Oh, but I can do something surely. Thurza's still alive, and young Sam...
Aye, they be living, but there's a sight of bitterness and suffering that can't be wiped away. Maybe you don't know the full story.
Then tell me. I know Hyde's side of it, but I'd like to hear another.
Well, as I was saying, after Hyde had forced her to her knees afore him and made her beg his pardon, poor young Thurza run out of the house and down the road like one demented. She was smarting from the blows her ma had fetched her. And then there were the times she took the knife to Hyde. Well, she were sobbing and crying to herself as she run out of the place and didn't seem to rightly know what she were at. Billy Peddler called to her, but she never heeded him nor stopped until she came to young Sam's place and banged on the door.
Sam, let me in.
Thurza, Lord of mercy, lass, what become of here?
Oh, Sam.
Oh, hush now, calm yourself and tell us what it's all about. Here, let me dry your eyes. Lord save us. What's this on your face? Did someone strike you?
Mother, she beat me, Sam, something cruel.
And why?
Because I took to her about the way she's going on. I couldn't stand it any longer, Sam, and that's the truth. Oh, it's very ashamed I be.
And she struck you?
With a pot stick. I be black and blue.
Oh, I can see your face, poor lass. Come, let me bathe that cut above your eye and fetch you something to drink.
No, I couldn't touch a thing.
Oh, just to drink a milk or maybe some tea. 'Twill help to calm you. Come now, that's a good lass. Hester and Father be sitting in the kitchen. We'll go into them and tell them what it is that's happened to you.
No. I shouldn't have come. I should have hid me shame. What'll your father say when he hears about it?
Don't you take no notice of him. He's an old man with a bitter tongue. It's me you've got to take heed of, and I'll say you did right to come here. Where else should you go?
I hadn't nowhere else. Since Mother's took to carrying on so brazen, there ain't hardly no one that'll speak to me.
Oh, we'll change all that. You and me'll be wed. And I'd like to see the man or woman that's scorned my wife. Come along now, don't be afeard. We'll tell the old man, and I'll not stand for any of his goings-on where you're concerned.
Oh.
What's the matter, lass?
My wrist. You took my wrist.
Has your wrist been hurt, too? Let me look at it. Oh. How come you by this? Where'd you get these bruises and these finger marks?
Oh, Sammy, it were him. He all but broke it.
Him? Do you mean Hyde?
Fair mad I were. I can't tell you about it, but I tried to kill him, Sam. I tried to drive a knife into him. I hated him that much.
Lord have mercy. And he did this to you?
He grabbed me by the wrist and made me drop the knife. And then he forced me down on my knees and made me beg his pardon and thank him for his kindness to Mother.
By crikey, I'll choke the cur for this.
Who's there, Sam?
It be Thurza, Father. She's in trouble.
Bring her here, then.
Come along, lass. Dry your tears. Hester'll take care of you. And I'll be off to deal with Hyde.
Oh, look out for him, Sam. He'd do anything.
He'll not do what he's done to you and get clear of it.
come. Here's the kitchen. Go ye in and bide with Hester.
Why, sir, that is a long time since you last come here. Saints alive, what's happened to you?
Fetch some water and a piece of clean rag, Hester. Thursday's in no state to be worried. It's help she needs.
What's the meaning of it? Why did she come by the bruises and neck cuts on her cheek?
She had trouble with her mother.
Her mother, eh? Why did she come here?
Well, where else should she go?
Well, stick in her own place, not go dragging decent folks into the shame and disgrace they're not responsible for.
Father, shame on you to speak to fairs or so. It's all right. I shouldn't have came. I'm sorry. I'll go.
Thursday. You stop where you are.
No, Sam, I'll go.
Not while I'm here. You won't.
Then not our way at a pass.
Would you let her go back to that house? Will you see what's been done to her?
What's that got to do with me?
It's got a lot to do with me. Thursday's my last, and I'll not stand by and see her treated ill. Not by you nor anybody else.
Then it's the worst for you. Because I'll not have one of her kind in my house so long as I'm master of it.
One of her kind? What do you mean?
It's an ill bird that'll come out of that nest. Her father was a waster and a drunkard. And her mother? Ha! Well, let's say no more of her.
Oh, stop it, stop. I never should have come here. And I'll go. You go after her, Sam, and fetch her back.
If he does, I'll slam the door in both their faces.
I'll take a chance on that. I'm going for Thursday.
Father, ben't you ashamed of yourself? Speaking to the poor lass like that and her in such a pass.
But who brought her to it?
Is it her fault? Would she ever off with a decent, right-living, respectable girl, no matter what her mother might have done?
There's bad blood in that brood now, and none of it in mine.
You've never wanted Sam to marry her, and this suits you fine.
It proves what I say. There's bad blood, and it'll show even though you wait till you're 40, like the widow Cole.
And if Thursday ever comes to any wrong, it'll be you who helped to drive her there.
Well, what's that you say?
She's in mortal trouble, and you've driven her out, and you call yourself a Christian.
You shut your mouth, girl. I'll have no child of mine talk to me that way.
And I'll not stand by and see a poor lass driven out when she's so sore in need of help. You can get your own supper. I'm going off to help Sam find her and to bring her back.
Well, that was the beginning of the old man's sickness. When they come back, they found him lying on the floor of his kitchen. And it were days afore he spoke, and he hasn't never set foot to the ground from that day to this. Oh, it were a black time all round that night, and all of it on account of that devil Hyde. Tell me. Didn't you say as Esther were coming down to see you sometime this evening?
Yes. She promised she would when I was out at their place today.
Well, she be coming now. Get her to tell you what happened that night out on the moors. She and Sam were there. She can tell you firsthand, which is more than I can do.
I wonder, will she?
Ask her. No, I'll go out of here and leave the two of you alone. It'll be easier for her that way. Well, good night to you, and thank you kindly for the baccy and the ale.
Thank you for telling me so much. I'm very indebted to you.
To me? For gossiping? I must tell me daughter that. I doubt if she'll believe it, though. Good night, sir.
Good night, Jeremy. Good night. I want you to believe that I'd do anything in my power to set the rights, the wrongs you and your brother and Thurza have suffered at the hands of Hyde. The blackest day in my whole life was when I first set eyes on his hideous form and face.
Did you ever see the like of it? It fair made my blood run cold. Oh, how could Thurza's mother... Oh, well, that's all past and gone now. She's dead this 3 years past, and all her follies wear.
Dead?
Aye. She caught a chill that wild night we were searching on the moors for Thurza. Soaked to the bone she were. Naught we could do would make her come inside to cease the search. She were ill a long time after that, and never rightly got over it.
And where was Thurza found?
At the bottom of one of the old tin workings. She'd been there 2 days before Sam caught a glimpse of her.
But how did she get there?
The night were awful wild. I guess she didn't rightly know what you were about and stumbled as she ran along. She tried to save herself, poor lass, and hung on to a bit of a bush as she slipped down the side. That's how Sam got track of her. He seed it where it had pulled out by the roots, and he climbed down to look.
But she wasn't killed.
Not killed, but mortal hurt. Her back it were. She's lay like a log ever since.
And Sam went off to South Africa.
He never forgave his father for driving her out that night, and never a word has he spoken to him since. It's all but broke poor father's heart. He be a hard man, but Sam were his only son and the light of his eyes.
Well, there's something I can do. I can bring Sam back from South Africa and give your father back his son.
Aye, but what about poor Thursday?
I'm a doctor, a surgeon. I've done many things to help people who've been crippled. I can't say till I've seen her, but it may be possible.
To make her well again?
Don't hope for too much, but perhaps I can do something.
I'd go down on my knees and give thanks every day of my life if you could do something for Sam. It were that drove him off to South Africa as much as anything. He was set on marrying her, cripple or no cripple. And when she wouldn't hear of it, he couldn't stick the place no more.
Very well, then. That is my task. I must bring your brother back and give him Thurza, well and strong again.
Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery is laid in that land of many mysteries, India, where squalor and wealth side by side bow the head and bend the knee to strange gods. India, where every bazaar, every temple, every compound has its fakir or holy man, a sort of privileged beggar whom white men and black alike fear more than they admit. The scene is the United Services Club in Simla. Officers in their stiffly starched tropical mess dress sit around the veranda cooling off under a waving punkah, while barefooted native servants carry trays of glasses which resound to the musical and appetizing tinkle of cubes of ice.
By Jove, Colonel, I'll say this for India. You certainly know how to make yourself comfortable.
We have to, Buckley. If we didn't, we wouldn't be able to stick it out in the hot season.
But tell me, Bucky, what exactly did you mean when you said, I'll say this for India? Oh, nothing in particular, Colonel. Of course, you fellows don't realize it. But you're always prefacing a remark or following it with, but this is India. Well, I mean, it's all right to stuff the folks back home with all the tommy rot about India's lure and India's mystery, and it couldn't happen anyplace else but India. But after all, you know, the natives here are just ordinary human beings, no different from any place else. Now, listen, Buckley, you've been out here exactly 4 months now. You will, if you're wise, never curse a native, never laugh at his fears, never ridicule his ideas. And above all, don't try to show your superiority by trying to expose one of their fakirs. You actually mean, Colonel, that you believe in their superstitious bunk? Listen, Buckley, I like you. Pull your chair over this way a little, and I'll tell you something. A good number of years ago, I was promoted to captain. I had 3 months' leave in England. I was young, very proud of my captain's pips. I fell in love with every pretty girl I saw back home. Well, I fell hard for a school day sweetheart. We were married, and Dorothy and I sailed on the P&O. Had a marvelous trip. Landed at Bombay, and I found orders waiting for me to proceed on duty at Bangalore. I wired Lal Singh, my bearer, and told him to get everything ready. Caught the train, and just at dusk, we pulled up at my quarters.
Greetings, Captain Sahib.
Cheerio, Lal Singh. Lal Singh, here's the new Mem Sahib.
The servant is honored.
And this, darling, is what we call the living room. And in there, behind the bead curtain, in the combination smoking room, den library, card room, and general sort of get-together place.
Books, and more books. I'm going to spend hours in there when you're on duty. Oh, and a complete set of Kipling.
Yes, and anything you want that isn't there, why, just ask for it. Why, Dorothy, what's wrong?
Oh, George, I'm afraid. Something came over me.
What?
I don't know. It seemed as if someone were trying to compel me to do something. I grew cold all over. Afraid. Look, George. Who's that out there in the compound in front of that clump of tamarisk?
Where? Oh, the old fakir. He hangs around here quite a bit. Harmless old duffer.
Send him away. He's doing this to me. I know he is.
Oh, my dear, you're tired.
Please, George, send him away. I can't stand to even see him.
But, Dorothy, I can't do that. I can't send him away.
Why can't you? Why can't you tell someone to get off your own ground?
Well, it's a little bit hard to understand, Dorothy, for a stranger here. But one doesn't order fakirs to do anything. The natives would be offended. It might incur some of the natives' dislike.
You can't offer that to my fear of him?
Now, my dear, listen to reasons. We're in India now, not jolly old England, you know. And we must do things according to the country.
And telling a dirty, smelly native to get off your own property is against the custom of the country, is it?
By Jove, yes, you know. It really isn't done, don't you see? Yes, sir? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, too bad. Why, yes, of course. Just as soon as I can slip into service dogs. Why, yes, sir. Righto. No, I won't bother to change. Old Tubby's down with a touch of fever. I have to take guard duty tonight. Lal Singh?
Yes, Sahib.
Sword and service camp.
Oh, George, I don't want to be left alone.
Oh, but you're not alone, my dear. There's Lal Singh, and Ahmed is in the compound, and the bestie and the water carrier sleeps all night on the veranda.
I wish you didn't have to go.
Oh, it's got to help out when a chap goes down with fever, don't you know? Might be my turn someday. Oh, cheerio.
Goodbye. Let me see. Oh, here's Kipling's at the end of the passage. Whew, that ought to be a good test for nerves.
Mem Sahib.
Yes, Lal Singh. Oh, you, the fakir. What do you want? Get out. You've no right coming into this room.
The Mem Sahib does not like old Rasam, eh?
No, I don't. And I don't want you near me. Now go, or I'll call Lal Singh.
Lal Singh. A simple child. He would not dare enter the room while Rasam Beg is present.
Will you please go?
And the Mem Sahib has given to me the thing which I desire.
What do you want? I'll give you anything to get you out of here.
Rasam Beg wants so little. One strand of the Mem Sahib's hair, no more.
One strand of my hair? What on earth for?
The Mem Sahib would not understand. It is for a charm for my nephew who is in the ill country and very sick.
All right, I'll give you a strand of my hair. Go out on the veranda. I'll bring it.
The Mem Sahib is very kind. Old Assam will not forget. I wait on the veranda.
I'm not being kind. I'm doing it to get rid of you. Ridiculous idea. Strand of my hair. I'd like to make a fool of him and his charms. And I can, too. That Chinese rug. It's made of hairs almost the identical color of mine. I'll get a strand of it. Here's your strand of hair.
Oh, there are some. Thanks, the Mem Sahib. And now for the present, goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, thank goodness he's gone. I wonder where Lal Singh can be. Why didn't you keep that fakir out of the bungalow? Lal Singh? No answer. What can have happened? Lal Singh! Lal Singh, where are you? Something's wrong, I know it is. Lal Singh! Everything's going wrong. Turning black. The clock is grinning at me. The hands are spinning so fast it makes me dizzy. Dizzy.
Come on, Elsing. Dorothy, where are you? Oh, good Lord, she's fainted. Here, Elsing, help me.
Lift her onto Wicker Coat, Sahib. That is the way, yes.
Oh, what happened? Where am I? Oh, George, don't leave me.
You're all right, Dorothy. Tell me if you can. What happened?
Why did you come back?
Elsing ran down to the barracks for me when he saw the fakir come onto the veranda.
Why didn't you stay and help me?
He couldn't raise his hand against the fakir, my dear. But never mind. Tell me what happened.
That fakir came in here. He wouldn't leave till I gave him a strand of my hair.
You gave him one?
No, I didn't. I fooled him. I gave him a strand from that Chinese rug in the other room.
Oh, that's the stuff, darling. That's sticking on your feet.
But what could he want with a strand of my hair?
I don't know, but this I do know. When I lay hands on him...
What about the natives, my dear? You can't even touch a fakir, you know.
Can't I? You just wait and see whether I can.
What's that?
It's all right, my dear. Something in the back room fell down.
But I know it isn't all right. I've got that horrible feeling again.
Sahib!
Look in the passage. Something moving, rising. The twisting
Keep your head. I got my gun now. Don't faint when I fire.
You didn't touch it.
But I know I hit it. Good Lord, it's dancing out on the veranda. It's a Chinese rug.
Right through the mosquito curtain.
Hey, come on, stick by me. Now sing.
Yes, Sahib.
Alan, hurry, Jelly.
What's that, Sahib?
Look there, it's on the ground, just in front of the tambours, rising on the ground. Choose the love of that lamp.
Here it is, Sahib.
I can't believe it. It's impossible.
Oh, no, my dear, not impossible, not impossible. It is.
The Chinese rug, Sahib. 2 bullet holes in it. It saved Imam Sahib's life.
Yes, Lal, the Chinese rug. And it saved more than the Mem Sahib's life. Well, that is an amazing story. That, Major, happened to Dorothy and me. We never talk of it. But you see, old chap, I never sneer at native belief. But, Colonel, you didn't finish your story. What do you mean? Well, what about the fakir? Did you horsewhip him? I didn't have to. No? No. Next morning, Lao Singh came and got me. We went out into the compound, and there, right in front of that clump of tamarisk, wrapped in the strangling folds of the Chinese rug, lay the old fakir, dead.
Out of deference to people who are still alive, character names in these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution that will be presented after you have heard from your sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
But tell me, Colonel, didn't you ever try to find out how such a thing could be possible? You understand, of course, that workers in black magic, whether they be in Haiti, Africa, or India, believe that something personal, a strand of hair, fingernail clipping, and such like, are an essential ingredient of the formula of their black art. And your wife, Dorothy, in taking a strand of hair from the Chinese rug and giving that to the fakir, prevented his powers from controlling her. Exactly. All the concentration, all the pent-up fury, the hatred and diabolical cunning of the fakir was leveled at the object most closely connected with that strand of hair. I can understand that. And I can understand, since you say it is so, that the fakir might have done harm to Dorothy, who was a living being. But that such power could really affect a thing like a rug is something else again. Scientists are divided in their opinion as to how such things are possible. But here, let me show you a brief quotation from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Physical phenomena can be grouped under 2 main heads: telekinesis, or the movement of objects at a distance other than by ordinary physical means, and teleplasmy, or the extrusion from the body of the medium of a substance sometimes amorphous, sometimes resembling portions of the human body, or even complete figures. Phenomena of both these kinds have long been familiar. I end the quotation.
In telekinesis, the movement of an object is recognized by scientists as being possible?
Decidedly so. And I can assure you that if you live in India long enough, you will see more than one demonstration of the power of concentrated mind over purely inanimate matter.
Thank you, Colonel. But after hearing your story, I really don't believe that I want to.
Unsolved Mysteries. Act of Providence is a phrase so carelessly used today as to have almost lost the very significance of its meaning. But at no time has it held so much meaning as in the true historical case of the Crown versus John Applegate, as reported in the Newgate Calendar. The scene is the Sessions Court of the County of Middlesex. The courthouse fronts the village green, and the holiday attire of the villagers, the laughter of children, and the entire atmosphere is one of gaiety, a gaiety almost beyond our comprehension, since the occasion of it is a murder trial. Laughter gives way to excited chattering. Dame Rumor has it that the jury have reached a verdict. Justice Selden, white-wigged and black-gowned, mounts to the bench. The small square of black cloth lying ready to the sessions clerk's hand rivets the prisoner's eyes as he's marched to the dock.
Hear ye, the Second Court of the County of Middlesex now in session. Chief Justice Selden presiding. All stand while the justice and the jury have taken their places in the court.
Know ye then, John Applegate, that you must face the jury and prepare to abide by their verdict. How say you, gentlemen of the jury? You find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
We find the prisoner, John Applegate, guilty of murder, as charged in the indictment read by the sessions clerk.
John Applegate, you have heard the verdict returned against you. Have you anything to say why the sentence of death should not be carried out upon you?
Your Honor, I'm not guilty. I swear it. I was never at the Rose and Thistle Tavern. I never saw the murdered man. I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty.
5 men and 4 women have identified you. You say that you spent the night in company with a gentleman of quality. But no gentleman, either quality or of the common, has come forward to bear your witness.
I don't know who he was, Your Honor. I never saw him before. I only know I'm not guilty.
John Applegate, hear this. The sentence of death is to be carried out upon you. You shall be taken from this place to the place whence you came, and thence to the public gallows, where you shall be hanged by the neck until you be dead, dead, dead. And may Almighty God have mercy upon your soul.
Amen. In those days, public hangings were regarded as a legitimate entertainment, and the old men loitering around the gallows being erected by the public executioner and his assistants discussed previous hangings they had attended. In his dank cell, John Applegate prays incessantly for deliverance. His stuttered, broken sentences punctuated by the dull, ominous thud of the carpenter's hammers as the gallows grows, stick by stick, beam by beam, and nail by nail.
Time to get up.
What's that? Yes. Time to get up. Odds fish. It's still dark.
You said to call you, sir, at 3 o'clock.
I did I? So? I don't remember. Where am I going that I must needs rise this early?
I don't know, sir. But you did say, sir, that you had to get to the village early.
So be it. So be it. If I did, I did. But I swear that it's beyond me. I don't know a thing of it.
Katie, have you waked the master? Yes, Miss Janet. He'll be down directly. I don't know what's wrong with him, Miss Katie. What do you mean, wench? He swears that he doesn't remember giving us orders to wake him early.
He's half asleep yet. Wait till he wakes, he'll remember. Come now, hurry and set table.
Yes, Miss Janet.
And remember, wench, though breakfast be in the middle of the night, pewter must be cleaned properly.
Yes, Miss Janet.
I swear, I don't know what this is all about. I never said that I wanted to be about at 3 in the morning.
You've forgotten, sir. He came to my room last night, waked me and said, Janet, I want breakfast at 3. I must needs get to the village before 9.
Yes, but I have nothing to go to the village for. You, Katie, when did I tell you that I must rise early?
Last night, sir. Late it was, sir. I was fast asleep and you came and knocked on the door. You said, Katie, I must be up and about at dawn. I'll break fast at 3.
You've forgotten, sir. Come, master. Breakfast is ready.
Odds fish, I haven't forgotten it. I tell you, I've not to go to the village today.
Horse be saddled and ready, master.
What's this? You too, Jacob?
Me too. What ails ye, master?
Did I waken you two in the middle of the night and tell you that I must be to the village this morning early?
Indeed, and that you did, master. Don't you remember? I told you it was foolish, like, to be coming down to the stables in the cold of the night with no coat on your back.
Odds fish. It seems that I must have done.
Yes, master. You said that the best horse must be saddled and ready for the road at 3.
Come, master. You're not eating enough. If you're for the road, you can set saddle better on a full stomach.
Jacob.
Yes, master.
I never go to the stables in my slippers.
No, master.
Then if I did last night, there will be traces on the slippers. Bring them to me.
Yes, master.
It seems that I must, whether I will or not, be off to the village. I would that the good Lord would tell me what for I have no idea.
But you'll remember, master, when you're on your way.
Zounds, you act as if my memory were leaving me.
The slippers, master.
And clean as a hound's tooth and dry as a bone, I'll be bound.
Yes, master.
This smacks of witchery. But I'll go. I'll go to the village and see what befalls. Come, Bess. Get up. Come on.
Down the dark highway rides Kingsley. A strange feeling, half fear, half anxiety, drives him on. And ever and anon he mutters to himself about the foolishness of the journey. 3 hours later, the horse's pace slackens. The horse knows that around the next turn is the toll bridge, which he must cross to complete the journey to the village.
What a fool I am. The bridge will be closed, locked tight, and old Jerry doesn't open it till nigh on 9.
Mr. Kingsley, sir! Mr. Kingsley, is that you?
Jerry! Jerry! Is it you, Jerry?
Ride on, master! Ride on! The bridge is open! There he is! There he is! Riding the horse! The man, the gentleman of quality I was with the night of the murder! Oh, praises to God, sir! You've saved my life!
And so John Applegate did not hang. Mr. Kingsley, gentleman of quality, identified Applegate as having been with him far from the scene of the murder. So firmly did Applegate believe that Providence had intervened because of his prayers that he forsook the world and retired to a monastery, where until his death he was called Brother Jonathan, the man whom God had saved. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Toll Bridge mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
Do you mean to say that you have an explanation of the Toll Bridge mystery?
I believe I have. Of course, you understand that I'm not an authority on the subject, but in consulting writings by world authorities such as Manhood of Humanity by Alfred Korsybski, the files of the London Society of Psychical Research, and others, I've formed a definite opinion.
I see.
In the first place, further investigation of the mystery disclosed that the toll bridge keeper, old Jerry, had been warned about 12 the night before by Mr. Kingsley and told that he would be wanting to cross the bridge about 7 in the morning.
But didn't the toll gatekeeper think that strange? I mean the idea of Mr. Kingsley riding that 3-hour trip at midnight and turning round to ride home again?
Well, naturally he thought it strange, but the very strangeness of it provides the solution.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, don't you see? It was impossible for Mr. Kingsley to be at the toll gate at midnight and at the same time waken Janet, Kitty, and Jacob, the groom.
Yes, of course. Kingsley couldn't have got home till 3.
It is accepted by many, and I think justifiably, that wishing precedes thinking, and wish forms precede thought forms. Now, Applegate, lying in jail and knowing that he was innocent, was wishing to be saved.
That's natural.
Applegate knew that the only person who could save him was the, as he said, gentleman of quality who would provide him with his alibi. He concentrated his every thought, his every wish on Kingsley, although he didn't know him. Since mind is everywhere, Kingsley's subconscious was aware of the dire straits of the man Applegate, and these thoughts in turn were directed toward the persons necessary to assist Kingsley in getting to the village.
In other words, Applegate's direct thoughts were taken into partnership with Kingsley's subconscious thoughts, and Katie, Janet, Jacob, and the toll bridge keeper were awakened by the strength of these thought waves, rather than by the physical appearance of Kingsley himself.
Yes. And you must not lose sight of the fact that neither Katie, Janet, Jacob, or the toll bridge keeper had any suspicion that there was an execution impending, much less that their friend and master, Mr. Kingsley, had anything whatever to do with it. That is the final proof that the entire thing hinged on thoughts. rather than anything physical.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a man who talked to death all those who stood in the way of what he wanted. A story we call Death Pitch, starring Mr. Jack Carson.
Hey, there's Sam, my friendly Autolite spark plug man. Hiya, Sam.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
What are you doing?
Hunting.
Hunting? For what?
For cars that have lost their pep and power. Cars that are slow and jerky in traffic. Cars that are not up to par on the hill.
Ah, you can't kid me, Sam. I know you're looking for worn-out spark plugs because they're usually the cause of all those troubles.
You bet I am, Harlow. And when I'm through, you ought to see those cars zoom out of here with the smoothness of a trout going after a meal.
Well, Sam, that's because all Autolite spark plug dealers have the exclusive Autolite Plug Check Indicator to help recommend the best type of spark plug for every car and every style of driving. Plus all the tools and equipment to offer the best spark plug service money can buy. And when replacements are needed, Autolite spark plug dealers are the only ones that can offer you Autolite standard or resistor type spark plugs. The spark plugs that are ignition engineered to work as a perfect team with your car's ignition system.
So, friends, look for your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer this week.
And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Death Pitch and the performance of Mr. Jack Carson, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
That morning, I decided to talk to death, all those between me and what I wanted. I would talk and they would listen and die. Words. Words are what makes the world go round. People dangle on words like marionettes on a string. Step a little closer, folks, and they step a little closer. Test your skill, 3 chances for a dime, and they pay their dimes. Hurry, 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 and they do hurry to obey. Words. That morning I was standing as I often stood, just inside the entrance to the big top, my head back, watching Annette's rehearse. I love to watch trapeze artists. What ease, what confidence. But so far above me, out of my reach, in more ways than one. But if I owned the show, yes, I, Nick Arnold, if I owned the show...
Nick, snap out of it. Always dreaming all the time in the fog. Meet Peter Bellington, Peter the Great. He's with it now. Pete, my brother Nick.
Hello there. Peter the... Oh, yes, I think I caught your act in Dallas last season. Escape artist? Wriggle out of chains and handcuffs? It's a good act.
Pete's wagon ready for him, Nick? Well, don't go blank on me. Didn't I tell you to get a wagon ready for him? Where's he going to bunk if he has no wagon?
You didn't tell me, Duke. You told Lee to take care of it.
Well, if I don't do everything myself, nothing gets done. As if I didn't have my hands full already, now I have to drop everything and find an empty wagon. Pete, you wait here. We'll see about your wagon. Come on.
See you around, Pete.
Yeah. Come on, walk. Walk a little faster. I don't have all day. Lee. A fine partner that loopy rumhound is. Gets half the profits and leaves me all the grief.
Yeah, he'd be lost without you, Duke.
I got to do this. I got to do that. Hire fire. Square the badges. Everything. And does he cooperate?
Bring back those wonderful...
Hear that? He's barreled again.
Bring back...
Lee.
What's the matter, Duke? You mad about something?
You lush, you rum-dum. The Star Act joins the outfit, and there's no wagon ready for him.
Oh, that. I'm sorry about that, Duke. Guess it slipped my mind.
Really? You're sorry, huh? It's just dandy. Look, I'm finished. One of us has to get out. I want you to sell your half to me.
Sell?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I can't do that, Duke. This show has always belonged to my family. My grandfather started it. It belonged to my father. I broke in the show business with this circus as a lion tamer. I couldn't sell it.
It don't impress me. A fine lion tamer you must have been. You get clawed once, your nerve breaks, and you don't go near a cat for 15 years.
That's true. I was a good lion tamer.
Why'd you give it up then?
Because of my other responsibilities, yes. Running this show and looking after my wife and raising my son Robbie.
Throw it to the sparrows. You don't run this show. I do. You don't look after Nora. She looks after you, yeah. And she's a better tamer than you ever was. Because she's got the money.
No! Please leave me something.
Incredible. A few words, mere wind, and a grown man cowers like a whipped dog. Oh, words.
Okay. You want to sell out to me? Buy me out.
No, Duke, please.
Just drop your hands off me.
Please. You're the only one who can run the
What's
show.
going on here?
Oh, Nora.
I said what's going on. I'm talking to you, Duke.
I don't talk business with dames.
Nora,
I still got a performer out there waiting for a whack.
Well, I'll see about that right now. Nora?
Go ahead, Lee. I'll take care of it.
Well, I take care of it myself, but I have to get a wagon.
No dice, Nora. He won't buy and he won't sell.
I told you he wouldn't. Duke, don't bear down too hard on him. He really used to be something. Once.
I'm sorry. Working with him is like trying to crack a whip underwater. I lose my temper. You look tired, baby.
Well, I've been trying to work Jezebel all morning. It's no use. She's turned killer cat. We'll have to shoot her.
Come here and give me this.
Duke.
That's only Nick. You're going to fade into the background once too often, brother. Beat it.
Lee. I decided then to start with Lee. With Lee gone, Duke would have Nora and the show for himself. It would fatten him like a Christmas turkey. And then, the axe.
Hi, Nick.
Oh, hello, Annette. Where you going?
To the cookhouse. Walk me over. Was that you down there watching me rehearse this morning?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
You're getting big time. Now, if I owned the show, I'd give you a star billing. Not only that...
Here comes Robbie. Pretend we don't see him.
All right. But if I owned the show, I'd make you
Hello, dreamy eyes. You got a smile for Robbie?
You grab my arm again and I'll...
When are you going to give me the green light, dreamy eyes?
Come on. I hate that... Just because Lee's his father, he thinks... Always trying to play footsie under the table in the cookhouse.
Want me to take care of him?
You? I can take care of myself. Look, they're rolling a new wagon next to mine.
Yeah, we have a new star act. Peter the Great, escape artist.
Oh. Well, see you later, Nick.
Well, that night, sitting in the dark at the steps of my wagon, I saw Nora and Duke pass arm in arm. A little later, Robbie on his way to town. I finished my cigarette and stretched. It was time.
Bring back those wonderful days. Bring back those wonderful days.
Hello, Lee.
Oh, you. Have a drink?
Thanks. Hey, what's that, a photograph album?
Yeah, looking through some old pictures. Here's me the day I first did my lion taming act.
Good-looking costume.
It wasn't a big success. Stopped so cold.
I bet you did. Did Johnny?
Oh.
Good.
Yeah, you see this picture? Me and my cat. This big one's name was Rondo. Mean cat, but I tamed him.
How many did you work?
30 at one time, and then 5 tigers. Greatest thing you ever saw. I think Nora's good. Should have seen me. I'm as good as I ever was. Matter of fact, you want to know something? I'm thinking of going back to her.
Really? Let's have a drink on that.
You'll brace it. Never would have left it, you know, if I didn't have more important responsibilities. Well, it's true. It's true, you'll see. I didn't lose my nerve.
Sure, of course. Why, I bet you could even handle a killer cat like Jezebel.
Jezebel? I could have Jezebel purring inside of 5 minutes. Used to work 30 at one time, I tell you, and 5 tigers. Give me that well. I'd build them in a pyramid. 2, 3. Those back. 4. No, you five. What? And you. And you. And there they'd be, with the audience screaming themselves crazy.
I'd like to see in action.
Anytime at all.
Uh-huh. Well, how about now, with just Jezebel?
Yeah, that's it, sure. Come on.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Yeah. You know something? When I'm done with Jezebel, I'm going to have a little talk with Nora. Getting out of hand lately. Some women have to be tamed. Well, I'm the bully boy who can tame them. I can tame anything. Anything at all. Look at her. Back and forth. Back and forth. You Jezebel, you. Mean-looking, isn't she?
They don't come too mean for you.
Yeah, you watch me work her over. I remember the way it used to be. The ringmaster used to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest of them all, Lee Duncan." And I'd be standing there in the spotlight, all shiny and proud.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest of them all, Lee Duncan.
Yeah. You Jezebel, you.
Go ahead, Lee. No, it's not your fault. It's a loose board.
You wash me, Nick. Wash a man. Take a good look, Jezebel. Take a good look. I'm going to... Back, Jezebel. Back! What am I doing? No! Nora!
We buried Lee the next day. A month later, Duke married Nora and became the sole owner of the circus. The money made exhibiting Jezebel the Man Killer almost paid for the banners and posters advertising the Duke Arnold Show. The Duke Arnold Show. I'd see my brother staring at those four little words for minutes at a time, his eyes filled with their wonder and their glory. Yeah, Duke was a happy man, except for one or two little things.
I could kill you, you little punk.
Mom, stop it, Duke! What's Robbie done?
I'll tell you what your little Robbie has done. He's made 3 of the Cooch kids hand in their notices. They're leaving. Walking out on the show in the middle of the season because he's been throwing his weight around.
Mom, I was only having a little fun.
Fun? Is that what you call it? Putting me to the trouble and expense of bringing 3 more girls down if I can find them? You stay away from my performance, you hear me, Pantyweights? Leave them alone. And if I catch you annoying the net again, I'll...
You calm down. They can hear you all over the lot.
Let them, I'm the boss.
Yeah. And how'd you get to be boss?
I, you little...
Duke!
Brother of the owner of the show. I was coming up in the world. Annette began to look at me as though seeing me for the first time, but it needed more if it wasn't enough. And then a name popped into my head. Robbie. Yes, Robbie. Robbie and Duke's murderous temper. The next afternoon, I was in the office working.
Seen Mom?
Ah, come in, Robbie. Come in.
Seen Mom?
Yeah, no, but I've seen someone else. Come on in.
What's up?
I have a message for you from Annette.
No kidding. What?
You're a lucky guy. She wants to see you in her wagon after tonight's show.
No fool. What do you know about that? Well, it's about time. That's all I have to say. It's about time. She sure... Hey, wait a minute. Are you sure she said Robbie? Last time I spoke to her...
That's the way some women are. Take their own sweet time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Nick. See you around.
Don't mention it. So long. In her wagon after tonight's show. Words.
Hyde is bringing you Mr. Jack Carson in Death Pitch, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
I stood in the shadows that night and watched Robbie get ready for his date with Annette. He spent at least 15 minutes in front of his mirror, tying the knot in his tie just so and plastering his hair down with goo. There was no doubt about it. He was going to make an elegant corpse. He even winked at himself in the mirror. He put on his gaudiest jacket, took a large box of candy from the table, and put out the light. He came down the steps whistling and swaggering down the line to Annette's wagon. I followed.
Come in.
Hello, dreamy eyes. Here's your Robbie.
Oh, beat it, or I'll tell your mother on you.
Look, candy. For you. $5 worth. That's the way I am. How about a little kiss for Robbie?
Go away, little boy.
Sure. You don't have to pretend with Robbie. See how I mean?
Pretend.
You know. But don't come near me, act. For the others, yeah, sure, why not? But not for little Robbie. How about that kiss?
You could only see how funny you look, trying to act like a grown-up man of the world. Go away, Robbie. Go away.
Come on. Give me a kiss. Oh. You little... Come here.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go.
Duke, over here. What's going on? Annette. Who's you? What? Annette in her wagon. Robbie. I'll kill that little punk. Duke. Don't. Please. Don't. Let go. Come back here. Stop it.
I ran after them. In the lights of the wagons all down the line, I could see Robbie running, dodging, stumbling over tent ropes, heading straight for Nora, and Duke pounding after him. When I got to her wagon, Robbie was inside, hiding behind her while she tried to keep Duke back with her whip.
Duke, get back. Get back. Get back.
Don't let him get me. I'll kill him. Get out of my way. I'll kill him. Get out of my way. Don't let him. I told you.
Please, help me.
Duke, Nora, where you going?
My gun.
You wouldn't listen. Nora?
I couldn't help thinking. In the beginning was the word. Robbie strangled to death, Duke shot to death, Nora in the jail for manslaughter. Bingo. All good things come in threes. That was good to be boss of the Duke Arnold Circus. You see, I kept the name in memory of my dear brother. But Annette wasn't turning to me as I'd planned. She was growing more and more attractive to Peter Valenka, Peter the Great. He had a sureness about him, and the conqueror struck that some women find attractive. If it were possible to describe Peter in one word, that word would be egotist. He was top star of our show and aware of it. It wasn't hard to think of the words to use.
You wanted to see me, Nick?
Yeah, sit down, Pete. Huh. Pete, I was wondering how you'd feel if I gave Annette star billing along with you. You know, she's getting to be a big drawing card.
Sure, give it to her. She deserves it. I don't mind. In fact, I'm glad for her. Is she a bigger draw than me, do you think?
Well, she's right up there with you. You know how it is. The Marks always like something new and different, and she keeps adding new routines.
Yeah, I know. She's good, all right. You, think I ought to change my routine a little?
No, you have a good routine, but Well, if I may suggest...
Sure, go ahead.
Your act isn't sensational enough. After all, even though you are the best of them, escape artists haven't been too much of a novelty since Houdini. You need some kind of a flash stunt. Something that'll make the yap's ears flap back and forth with excitement.
Houdini? What did he do I can't do? Underwater escapes? I can do underwater escapes.
You can?
Sure. Don't give me Houdini.
Well, say, how about something like this? Now, let's say you're handcuffed, and then after a thorough search for hidden keys, you get into a crate of some sort. The crate is sealed and lowered beneath the surface of the water. A couple of minutes later, your head appears above the surface. You're out of the cuffs and you're free of the crate, something like that. Could you do it?
Oh, sure. It's just a question of shucking the cuffs. The rest is only trimming. Okay. Let's do it that way.
Now, you're sure you can handle it? I don't want you to try it if it's too dangerous. I mean, maybe you're not good enough to escape from...
I can escape from anything.
All right, then. By the way, how do you get out of the cuffs? Or is that a strict secret?
Master key. I use a master key.
Yeah, but you'll be wearing only bathing trunks. There'll be a search from head to foot. What do? Hide it in your mouth?
They can look at my mouth all they want. No, there's one place they never think of looking, the soles of the feet. I fasten the key to my arch with flesh-colored tape.
Oh, I always wondered. Well, I'll start working it right away. Some kind of advanced build-up. Our next date is Scudderville. Now, there's a bridge across a pretty large stream right across the street from the fairgrounds. And I was
one of the most outstanding feats ever performed. You will see Peter the Great, while handcuffed, do the impossible right before your very eyes. Now, folks, you have just seen your chief of police search Peter thoroughly. Chief, come up here, tell the folks, did you discover any keys, picklocks, or other concealed devices?
I did not.
Thank you. There you are, folks. And now, Peter, step into the casket.
All set, Pete?
Yeah. Nick, you double-check the winch and the rope. I don't want any slip-ups there.
Mm-hmm.
That current's like a runaway horse. Unless this casket is anchored to the bridge, I am a gone pigeon.
Oh, I attended to it personally.
Okay. And remember, if I'm not above water in 3 minutes, pull me up fast.
Oh. Hold it, brother, hold it. As you see, the casket containing Peter the Great is being lowered into the raging rapids below. Will he be able to perform this stupendous feat? Will he be able to wake himself free? If he does not, the joke is on us. And there you are, folks. He is now below water. The casket will soon be resting on the bed of the stream 54 feet below water. Notice the stone pull of the current. Let me draw your attention to the manner in which the rope from the casket to the winch is being strained. And also notice that... Do something, everybody! Do something! The rope's gone! Do something!
Of course the rope snapped. I attended to it personally. Turned my back on the crowd and left the bridge. A happy man. There's no greater satisfaction than that afforded by the knowledge of a good job well done. I had the show, and it was only a question of time before I had Annette as well. She would come to me for guidance, lean on me more and more, and pleasant prospects. Meanwhile, there was work to be done. A letter to Billboard informing that Bible of the Carney world of the unfortunate occurrence of the Scudderville Bridge, then an ad for a new escape artist for the Duke Arnold Circus. Words. I draw them to me by words, move them like marionettes and strings of words. By words, I send them away. It's words that make the world go round. I sat back in my chair and looked into the future. The possibilities were infinite, stretching far beyond the canvas walls of a small Carney show. Why, I could conquer the world. Times seem always to be right for a man like me, a man who can manipulate people. The earth is filled with fools who are open to suggestion. If one knows the proper words, they listen.
Nick.
Peter?
Surprise time. There's your rope. The one you attended to personally.
Now, Peter, listen to me. Let me explain. You're naturally upset and excited, and I understand what you must be thinking, but please give me a chance to explain, will you? I just did it to make it look good. I mean, more exciting, you know? You understand, don't you? You see, I knew the casket would hold a lot of air, and enough to give you plenty of time to escape even without the rope. You see? You see what I mean? Peter, tell me you understand. Well, and that's you understand, don't you? That. Tell him to listen to me.
He can't listen to you, Nick. He can't listen to anyone. He can't hear at all. The water pressure down there broke his eardrum.
You can't hear me? You mean my words?
I'm going to kill you.
No, please stay where you are. I'll give you half the show. You can have it all. Don't come any closer. Can't you hear me? The show, Peter, the show will belong to you. The show I killed Lee for, and Robbie and Duke. Peter, can't you hear me? Listen to me. Can't you hear me?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Carson.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite makes over 400 fine products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and many more. They're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, you will hear, in his first appearance on this program, and only dramatic appearance of the season, America's favorite comedian, Mr. Jack Benny. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, James Stewart and Ann Baxter, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Death Pitch was written for Suspense by Walter Newman. In tonight's cast, Ed Max was heard as Duke, Frances Cheney as Nora, Georgia Ellis as Annette, Dick Crenna as Robbie, Herb Butterfield as Lee, and Joseph Kearns as Peter. Others in the cast were Eddie Marr and Byron King. Jack Carson may soon be seen in the Universal International picture, The Groom Wore Spurs.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Jack Benny as a man who found $25,000 and death in Murder in G-Flat.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Strengthen your future as America strengthens hers. Join the National Guard. You'll be well trained with and by men from your own hometown. And you'll be well paid. If you're over 17, get the story from your nearest National Guard headquarters. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of treachery and greed. A story we call Murder in G-Flat, starring Mr. Jack Benny.
Greetings, Pepito, my favorite free holy friar. What's on the menu?
The special, Senor Wilcox, is Autolite Stay Full battery.
You mean you're serving the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use?
See, what is better for quick, dependable starts, huh?
Ah, nothing's better than an Autolite Stay Full, that frisky friend of car owners from coast to coast. But...
What? You don't want one, senor?
Everybody wants an Autolite Stay Full. The buxom battery with fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and to keep the Autolite Stay Full battery power packed
for paramount performance.
See. How you want it, senor?
Why, it's perfect just as it is, Pepito, and built to give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, have your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer serve your car an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
See. And remember,
you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Murder in G-flat and a transcribed performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant, in here, sir, in the rec hall.
What's he doing in the rec hall?
Well, he thought he'd tune the piano while I was waiting, Lieutenant.
Sunday night. Why couldn't you guys pick a better night than Sunday night? My one day off, and I have to come down here.
Sorry we had to call you, Joe.
This the guy, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you.
That's it. C-flat. If I had my wrench...
This is the lieutenant.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Name?
My name is Remington. Hercules Remington.
That's it, Joe. We checked.
Pardon me, Lieutenant, but my wife, Martha, is going to be awfully worried. You see, I haven't seen her since this morning. They told me...
You haven't seen your wife since this morning?
No, and I thought that if I could phone her and at least tell her where I am...
Where'd you pick him up?
Coney Island, Joe. He called us from there.
Yes, and I should have called my wife, too. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to seem persistent about this.
We'll have plenty of time later to call your wife. Now, give the lieutenant the story in detail, just like you told it to me on the way down here to the station.
What kind of work do you do, Remington?
Well, I'm a piano tuner, Lieutenant. Yours is out of tune. C-flat, Lieutenant. See, if I could get my bag, I'd tune...
Look, Remington, I haven't got all night. Now, either get on with your story or I'll have...
All right, Lieutenant. But I really would like to call my wife first.
Start your story.
All right. But if there's any explaining to be done to my wife, you guys will have to do it.
We'll be happy to. Now, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, Lieutenant, this whole mess started yesterday morning, Saturday. I got up, had breakfast with my wife, Martha, and my Uncle Herman. He's my black sheep uncle of the family. He's a carnival man, came to work at the World's Fair here, and has been living with us ever since. I think he ought to pay at least 1/3 of the rent, but Martha, well, she feels sorry for him. Anyway, I left the house around 10 o'clock on my way to the Lippenridge School of Music. I usually tune their pianos on the first Saturday of the month. You see, because there aren't any classes there on that Saturday. I catch the BMT at 57th and get off at Union Square. Well, yesterday morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. I carry a little ordinary brown bag with all my tools in it and usually lay it right next to me under the seat. I was just sitting there, thinking hard, wondering how I was going to meet the bills at the end of the month, when a man sat down next to me. He shoved something under the seat and just sat there staring ahead. B-flat, D-flat, B-flat, D-flat, B-flat, D-flat.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got carried away for a moment. 4 stops later, the man got up, reached under the seat, pulled out a little brown bag, and started for the door. I remember noticing he was bald-headed and wearing big black horn-rimmed glasses. For a minute, I thought he'd stolen my bag of tools, but I reached my hand under the seat and found my bag was still there. I remember sort of chuckling to myself, thinking of the coincidence that he'd been carrying the same type of bag. Well, anyway, I got off at Union Square and walked up to the Lippenridge School of Music on 14. There are 4 floors there, a piano on each floor. And I usually start at the top and work my way down. Well, since the school doesn't have any classes on Saturday, the place was deserted. That one's sour. Yeah, D-flat. Well, I'll soon have that in shape. What the... I zipped open my bag to take out my tuning hammer and my wedges, but there were no tools in my bag. The tools were gone, and in their place were bundles and bundles of crisp $10 bills. And then it hit me. The little bald-headed man on the subway. The man who sat down next to me. This bag belonged to him. He picked up mine by mistake. There was no name on the bag, no identification of any kind. I started counting one of the bundles. Each bundle contained $1,000 in $10 bills, and there were 25 bundles. I had just come heir to $25,000. When I got home, Martha was washing some clothes out on the back porch, and Uncle Herman was rolling pennies for his pitch penny concession. I called both of them into the living room, pulled all the shades down, closed and locked all the doors, and set the bag on the table.
Hercules, what are you doing back home so soon?
What kind of nonsense is this, nephew?
Martha, Uncle Herman.
You look awful pale.
I guess I do.
Hercules, what's the matter with you?
Listen to me, both of you. I'm rich.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Hercules, at your age.
I'm not lying to you.
Look, I gotta get out.
You must be sick.
Look, will both of you be quiet for just a minute?
Sounds like he's drunk.
Are you sick, Hercules?
Look, I'm not sick and I'm not drunk. I've got it right here.
You've got what?
Look. Wow.
Hercules.
Now do you believe me? Now do you believe I'm not sick or drunk? Look at it. $25,000.
$25,000? That's a lot of money.
Hercules, where'd you get all this money?
I found it.
Found it?
Found it?
Yes.
Listen to me, Hercules Remington. Don't you lie to me. Where'd you get all that money?
I told you, Martha. I found it.
I haven't lived with you for 10 years for nothing. I know when you're lying to me. Now tell me, where'd you get all this money?
Okay, if I tell you the truth, I know you won't believe
Well, tell me anyway.
Well, all right. Look, this morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. And some little bald-headed man with black horn-rimmed glasses sat down next to me. When he got up to get off the subway, I noticed he was carrying a brown bag, just like mine. At first I thought it was mine. But mine was still under the seat. Anyway, when I got to the music school, I opened my bag, and all this money was in it.
Sounds fantastic.
Hercules.
But it's the truth. The little man picked up my bag by mistake. I searched this one for some identification, but there isn't any.
Then you mean the little bald-headed man has your bag with the tools in it?
I guess he does.
It seems odd that anyone would be carrying this much money around in a little brown bag.
Odd or not, the fact still remains that I didn't steal it.
Well, I guess there isn't any way that you could get a hold of this man, so we'll just have to turn the money over to the police.
The police?
Yes, I said the police.
But why?
Why? Good heavens, Hercules, you don't expect to keep this money.
Why not?
It isn't ours.
Why? Why isn't it ours? I found it. I didn't steal it, Martha.
Hercules.
Martha, don't you see? Maybe this was fate. Maybe we were meant to have this money. Maybe if
You're crazy. You're out of your head. You're talking like a madman, and I won't have it.
But, Martha...
You didn't come by this money honestly. It isn't legally yours.
Now, wait a minute, Martha. Maybe Hercules is
Now, you stay out of this, Uncle Herman. Hercules, you're going to take this money to the police.
No. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take this to the police or anyone else. Do you understand me? I'm not going to take this money to the police.
Hercules, I don't understand you at all. But mark my word, you'll pay for this.
Well...
Don't pay no attention to her, nephew.
But why does she have to be that way? Why can't she understand me just this once? Why can't she see my side of it? See, I didn't steal this money.
Oh, you didn't, nephew.
And I'm going to keep it.
Sure you are, nephew. Sure you are. You're going to keep it.
You bet I am. The next morning, that was this morning, Sunday, Martha wouldn't speak to me at all. Her eyes were all red and puffed up. I could see that she'd been crying. And Uncle Herman wasn't doing much talking either. Martha just kept sniffling as she puttered around the stove. Martha, my peach isn't peeled.
Peel it yourself.
But I...
Here, I'll peel it for you, nephew.
Thanks, Uncle Herman. Martha, please, won't
Don't
you try...
talk to me.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Martha. After all, a man's got a right.
I told you once, Uncle Herman, you stay out of this. It's none of your business.
Sorry. She's plenty mad. Well, ain't you going to answer the phone?
Hello?
Mr. Remington?
Yes?
Hercules Remington?
Yes, who is this, please?
I want to return your bag of piano tools to you, Mr. Remington. I believe there was a slight mix-up. I believe in my haste I picked up your bag instead.
But how did you find me? I mean...
Oh, it was quite simple. There's only one piano tuner with the initials HR in New York City.
Well, what do you know?
You do want your piano tools back, don't you, Mr. Remington?
Listen to me.
I don't think you'd like the idea of not being able to tune any more pianos.
What?
And I'd like to have my bag returned.
Of course.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
Tonight.
Tonight?
At 9:30 tonight. Meet me at Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden?
At 9:30 at the 49th Street entrance. The door on the far end will be left slightly open. And please be prompt, Mr. Remington, with my brown bag. You see, it will displease my business partner considerably if he finds I've lost the bag.
No, all right. The 49th Street entrance, the door on the far end.
Hercules, what's wrong? Well, you're as white as a ghost.
I am?
You sure are.
I guess I should be. That was the little bald-headed man with horn-rimmed glasses, Uncle Herman. I've just lost $25,000. Uncle Herman went in the living room to read the Sunday paper, and I went in the bedroom to tell Martha about the phone call. But she wasn't there. In fact, she wasn't anywhere in the house. She was gone, and I figured that she'd probably gone over to her sister's house. I was so nervous the rest of the afternoon I couldn't eat a thing. I left the house for Madison Square Garden about 9 o'clock. From riches to rags in about 24 hours. And I was back riding the subway. I walked up 8th Avenue to the garden. I turned and walked up 49th Street to the entrance and stopped. Sure enough, one of the doors on the far end was open a little, just as the little man had told me it would be. I slipped in through the open door. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Is there anyone here? What the? I stumbled over something and almost fell. I struck a match and looked down at a body. The body of the little man in horn-rimmed glasses. His head was all covered with blood. I started to blow out the match, and then something caught my eye. Lying next to his body was my brown bag with the initials HR. And next to the bag, covered with blood, was my tuning hammer.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Murder in G-Flat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Senor Wilcox, why does the Autolite Stay Full battery need water like Pepito needs a hole in the head?
Well, Pepito, the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use because that consistently conserving and constantly cooperating battery has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without stay-full features.
And why is the Autolite Stay Full strong as a bull, senor?
Because of the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate. They prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
Greater convenience and dependable starting, yes, senor?
Right, Pepito. And in addition, the Autolite Stay Full battery gives you longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And all these make the Stay Full welcome a siesta after fiesta. Eh, senor?
Right you are. So, friends, visit your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Your Autolite battery man is fully equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service because
you are always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Murder in G-Flat. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Please, Lieutenant, may I call my wife? I want to...
Finish your story first, Mr. Remington. You can call her after that.
Oh, all right.
You were standing over the body of this man in Madison Square Garden. You found your tuning hammer next to the body.
Yes, my tuning hammer. Let me tell you, Lieutenant, I was scared. Plenty scared. Here I was standing over a dead man in Madison Square Garden. And clutched in my hand was his brown bag containing $25,000. Who would kill them? But I couldn't stop to think about that now. I had to get out of there, and fast, and take my bag and hammer lying on the floor with me. I started to reach for my bag when a sound, G-flat. Someone had opened up a knife. Whoever it was coming toward me, I blew out the match and waited. Who was in that corridor with me? Was it the business partner of the little man? I started to move backwards, and then a big black figure loomed up at me. With all my strength, I brought the brown bag swinging up from the floor. I ran until I thought my legs would drop. My mind was all fogged up now. I couldn't think straight. Who was the guy who just tried to kill me? One thing I knew for sure, I had to get rid of this money until I could think things out. But where? Where could I get rid of it? I neared the corner of 59th and 8th Avenue and then saw it. A bus terminal. Why not? A public locker in the bus station. I opened the door and walked in.
Scranton, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia leaving in 10 minutes?
Yes, man, about 20 minutes.
Excuse me, mister. I'd like to have a key for a locker.
Just a second.
G-sharp.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
What do you know? I haven't got an empty one right now. I have to wait a little while.
You mean out of all of these hundreds of lockers, you haven't got one empty?
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you can see for yourself. A lot of servicemen in town over the weekend.
Well, how long will it be?
10, 15 minutes, maybe a couple hours.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll sit over there. I bought a paper at the newsstand and sat down on one of the benches. I didn't even know what I was reading. I just kept... And then I saw it. On page 2. A complete account of a robbery that had occurred on Friday night at one of the downtown post offices. 2 bandits had escaped with $25,000 in $10 bills. This was it. It must have been. But would the police believe a story like that? Of course they wouldn't. I had the money, and it was my tuning hammer there, lying next to the body in the garden. I got out of that bus terminal in a hurry and walked up 8th Avenue. Where could I go? The only place I could think of was Coney Island. Coney Island and Uncle Herman and his pitch penny concession. It was late, and the island amusement park was almost deserted. It was cold and close to 11. Uncle Herman was leaning against the side of his concession as I walked up.
Why, nephew, what are you doing out this way?
Uncle Herman, quick, let's go in back.
All right. There ain't no customers anyway. Yeah. Now, what happened, Hercules? Did you give the money back to the man?
I went to meet him at the garden, just like he told me. But when I got there and I found him, he was dead.
Dead?
He'd been beat over the head with my tuning hammer.
Why, Hercules.
I was just about to grab my hammer and bag and get out of there when someone made a lunge at me in the dark. But I got away. I went to a bus terminal to put the money in a locker. I had to wait. And then I read that the money is stolen post office money.
Oh, you got yourself in a mess, nephew.
I'm frantic. I don't know what to do. That's why I came here.
Well, I'm glad you did, nephew. Glad you did.
But what am I going to do?
Well, best thing would be to go back and get that hammer and bag. Leave the money here. I'll hide it for you.
But maybe I ought to go to the police.
You can't go to the police with that story. They'd never believe you, Hercules.
I know.
Bring your bag and come with me, nephew. I got a hiding place for that money that no one will ever find.
Uncle Herman locked his place up, and then he led me over to the fun house. It was closed now, and the place was all dark. But Uncle Herman had a key. He led me up some stairs to a high ramp that people climb on, to slide down the big chute. He stopped at one of them.
Here, nephew. Right under this top chute. We'll just pry one of the boards loose a little and slip the bag with the money underneath. No one in the world will ever look for it. There we are. Now, give me the bag, nephew.
Here you are, Uncle Herman. Are you sure that no one will find it here?
Absolutely, nephew. You and I are the only ones who know where it is. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, hand me the bag.
Here you are.
That's it. Now, let's just check to make sure that...
What's the matter, Uncle Herman?
Where's the money, nephew?
The money? What are you talking about? It's in the...
Is this what you call money? Why, this bag's got nothing in it but bundles of torn newspaper.
I don't understand.
Hercules, dear nephew, what did you do with the money?
I don't know. It was in there. You saw it yourself when I brought it home.
This a scheme of yours, Hercules?
Scheme?
Trying to cheat on your dear old uncle, aren't you, Hercules?
Uncle Herman, what are you talking about?
Where's the money, Hercules?
G-flat. That night. G-flat.
This ain't no time to play games with your Uncle Herman, Hercules.
Uncle Herman, where were you tonight?
What's that, Hercules?
G-flat. Your knife. It's G-flat.
Looks like this thing has got you going, Hercules.
It was you in the garden, wasn't it, Uncle Herman? You killed him.
Let's not waste any more time, nephew. Now tell me where that money is.
I don't know.
Stop lying to your dear uncle, Hercules.
I'm not lying.
I usually use this knife to scale fish. The smell of fish is stronger than the smell of blood.
But I tell you, I don't know where that money is.
You're lying to me. You came down here just to throw me off, didn't you? Make me think you lost the money.
Uncle Herman, stay away from me.
All right, Hercules. So you won't tell your dear uncle.
He rushed at me with the knife. I stepped back, tripped over the board he had pried loose, and fell down. But Uncle Herman... He went hurtling over me, head over heels down the long slide. When I got back down at the bottom of the slide chute, he was dead.
The uncle had his neck broken, Lieutenant.
What about the money?
Well, Mr. Remington's wife turned it over to the authorities this morning about 11 o'clock. She said the money wasn't his, and she didn't want him carrying it around.
Well, I guess that'll be all, Mr. Remington. You can go now.
But isn't it dangerous? I mean, the partner is still...
We picked up his business partner a few hours after the robbery.
Oh.
But just in case you happen to come across another $25,000 that doesn't belong to you, promise me that you'll get in touch with the authorities, will you, Mr. Remington?
Oh, I've learned my lesson, Lieutenant. Believe you me, I have.
Yeah, good.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I almost forgot. I got to call my wife. She's probably frantic by now.
There's a payphone right outside in the corridor.
Payphone?
Yeah, right around the corner. You can't miss it.
Well, she's waited this long. I think I'll just tell her when I get home.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Fine meal, Pepito. So long.
Hey, no dessert, Senor Wilcox?
I never desert, Pepito. I'm always faithful to those 400 fine products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats made by Autolite in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and many more. And they're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in Early to Death. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as James Stewart, Ann Baxter, and Rosalind Russell, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder in G Flat was written for Suspense by Richard George Petticini. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Joseph Kearns was heard as Uncle Herman, Bea Benaderet as Martha, and Larry Thor as the Lieutenant. Others in the cast were Clayton Post, Jack Crucian, and Paul Frees. Jack Benny may be heard each Sunday on CBS on his own radio program, The Jack Benny Show.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in a story about a mysterious airplane crash in the mountains of Mexico. A tale we call Early to Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Tonight, Autolite salutes the men and women leaders in boys' clubs all over America. This is National Boys Club Week, a time to remember that our boys' clubs serve the boy, the community, and the nation by training tomorrow's leaders today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.